With the help of React, Next.js and the power of AI, we are going to build an AI agent builder platform called Agentify, where user can simply build an AI agent using drag and drop. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build completely from the scratch. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGurji channel. Let me walk through this application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. This is a Agentify app. Now simply in order to sign in, click get started and then it will redirect you to the sign in page. You have option to sign in with a Google or email and password. Once you sign in, you will redirect it to a dashboard screen where you will see a sidebar. Obviously, we are going to use a shared scene and this sidebar, when you collapse, you will see the icon. When you expand this one, you will see a complete sidebar with the menu options and all. Pretty cool, right? Now, if you see, we already have some of the agent created, but if you want to create a new agent, simply click create and give the agent name. So in this case, let's say you want to create weather agent and simply say create. After creating this agent, you will redirect it to an agent builder platform. If you see, we have this beautiful drag and hold functionality. Currently, we have the default start node. It means this is the starting point of our agent. On the left side, you will see a different agent tools available. I'm going to teach you how to create this each node, how to create and customize this each of the node. And not only that, but you can even add more feature, more tool into your app. Now let's understand how it works. Now once you click any of this tool, that tool will get added to your platform. Simply drag it and you can even connect these two nodes together with the help of this agent. Pretty cool, right? Once you select this agent, on the right hand side, you will see this setting panel. For that agent, you can update your configuration. For example, if you want to give the agent name, simply add the name. So here we'll say weather agent. Help to get the weather of any city. Now, after that, you have option to select a model. You can include a chat history, and in the output format, if you want a JSON format, you can provide a JSON schema. If you want to keep the text, you can keep the text as it is and then save it. Once you save, you will see this beautiful toast message as well. That also we are going to learn how to add it. And whenever you think your agent look good, you can even click this save button. Now, if you want to add different kind of nodes, like for example, if else node. So once you add this if else node, you will see this different node design. Now you can add a condition or else condition, and depends on your structure, it automatically redirect it. For example, on a weather node, you can add a condition. If city is not equal to null, it means city value is there. Then you can add an API which will connect to the weather API. Okay, so you can just drag it like this. But if the condition is false, then you can just end the conversation. Okay, and user will ask to enter the city. Now for the end conversation, you will see a different setting option. For an API as well, you will see a different option. So here we'll say weather API. You can have option to select a different request method like get. If you select the post, it automatically add an option to enter the body parameter as well. Now in this case, we want to add just get request. Now enter the API URL and the API key as well. For the API URL, let me copy it. First, I will copy this API key from the weather API and we'll paste it here. Then for the URL, you can just get it from the documentation and here you can paste it. I will say current.json question mark query is equal to, and then we'll say city name. Okay, and once you are finished with this, just save it and then save this one as well. And at the last, if you want to end this conversation, once you get the result, you can connect to the end and you can add any specific output format you want. You can just mention it here. But other than that, we also have some few more tools like while loop, which will ask the question again. It's kind of while loop if you want to keep certain task repetitive manner, right? You can even delete the node if you don't want. Also, we have this user approval node, and just you can add a condition if user want to approve or reject in the flow, and you can add more option. Once you finish with this one, just save this one, and then you have option for a preview. Click on this preview button, and then it will redirect you to the preview screen. And on this preview screen you will see your complete flow. Here you cannot edit anything, you can just drag it, or if you want to zoom you can just zoom this one, but you cannot select any node because this is in the preview mode now. Okay, on the right hand side currently it not generated any config, so you can say reboot the agent. This happen only first time. Whenever you make changes, make sure to reboot this agent, and then your agent is now ready to use. Now over here you can just start conversation with the agent. Once you start, you will see in a streaming format you will get the result. Let's ask some question. Can you get me weather info? And then it will reply you back, and boom, if you see it's saying okay, let me provide the city. Now let's provide a city, let's say Chicago, and then it will fetch the real information directly from the API. So here we'll say yes, and then boom, if you see we got live temperature from the Chicago, and this is from the API directly. If you want to get more weather, let's say Pune city weather info, and then send this data and you will get in a streaming format. See, pretty cool, right? And everything we are fetching it from the API, and that's how the agent works. Now let's consider that do you want to use this agent in your own application after building this one. You can simply click publish option, and boom, you will get this beautiful pre-made code. Simply copy this code, paste it in your project, and then you will start conversation with the agent which you created on this platform. If you want to make the changes, make sure you can add all the details you want, save it, and again go to the preview section. Here reboot your agent, and then it will work smoothly as expected. After creating your agent, you will see your agent on the dashboard. Anytime if you want to edit, simply go to that and you will see your all the workflow and you can start editing. Now over here currently I am a free user, that's why now we don't have any credits remaining. Okay, it will also track you the free credits. Now for a free user you can only create 2 agents, but you have option to subscribe for unlimited agent creation. Simply go to the pricing section, and here you added the pricing feature, the subscription feature, which make our application a SaaS. With the help of Clerk subscription billing model, within just one line of code we added this pricing model. Whichever plan you want to subscribe, just click subscribe, make a payment, and then it automatically subscribe to your plan. And then you will see now you can create unlimited agent. Now you don't have any limitation, just you can create as many agent you want. Under the AI agent section you will see all the agent which you created, and the profile section show you all of this information. You can even manage your billing by going to this billing section. Over here you will find all the details when you join, your statements, your payment when you made it, and you can even access everything from this user profile avatar as well. Now everything we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Each feature I'm divided into a small chapter, so it will be easy for you to track and learn much easier way. At the end of this course, I also deployed this application on a cloud so that you can share this project with your friends and family. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The very first, a Next.js, which is the React framework to develop this web application. Then for the database, we are going to use a Convex database, which is a real-time update database and very easy to integrate. You can create the function directly inside the Convex, and there are a lot of different features you will find with this Convex. For rate limiting, we are going to use Arcjet, which help us to secure our application. But not only that, it help us to implement the rate limiting feature that help us to minimize our lot of work. And the last but not least, the Clerk Authentication along with the Clerk billing feature. Everything we are going to learn step by step and from the scratch. If you are new to any of these tool, then don't worry, because I'm going to tell you each tool step by step. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Also join the TubeGurji Pro membership in order to get an exclusive access to my all the sources, source code, courses, and here you will find each of the project source code. Also, if you want to create an AI short film, then visit to kravixstudio.com. The link is in the description, where you can just create an AI short film by just entering your prompt with a consistent character. You don't need to do anything. You can generate a short film, depends on your video style. Everything is taken care by the Kravix Studio. You can even edit each scene one by one. You can even edit the characters, change the video style, and many more options. Just visit the Kravix Studio now. The link is in the description and get a big discount. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop an Agentify, an AI agent builder platform. Now in this first chapter, we are going to create a React Next.js application. Then we'll learn how to run that application. Then we'll install a ShatCN UI component Tailwind CSS based library. And then we'll learn how you can change the application font as well. So let's go to this nextjs.org. Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application, and it provides a lot of different features. The very popular one is a folder-based routing, a client-server rendering, and there are many others. Now, simply open a folder where you want to create this project. And then if you are using a Mac OS, use a terminal. If you are using Windows, make sure to open with the command prompt and simply type a command npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application. But if you want to install any specific version of the Next.js, simply enter that version number and then click enter. Next, enter the project name. So here we'll say AI agent builder platform. Then say yes to the TypeScript. It is very recommended to use a TypeScript. Don't worry if you never used the TypeScript before. Okay, if you know the JavaScript, then you can easily use the TypeScript as well. Then none to the link, yes to the Tailwind CSS, no to the source directory, yes to the app router, no to the turbo pack, and then no to the import allies. And once it is done, your project is ready. Then simply open a VS Code, open a folder where you just created this project, and then select that particular project and simply click open. Here, if you get this pop-up, you can just say yes, I trust the author, and then you will see some of the files and folder inside your project. Let me walk through each of these folder and files. The very first folder, which is the app folder, which contain all your routes, pages, all your code which you are going to write. The very first file, which is a global CSS, which contain a globally applied style sheet. Then we have the layout.tsx, in which this is the root layout of your application. This is the starting point of your application, in which it contains the font which is applied, the metadata which is quite important for your SEO purpose. Then we have the HTML body tag, and inside this the children are rendering. So all the routes are going to render through these children. Okay. Now here you can even update the metadata. Let's say AI agent builder platform. Here we'll say the app where you can build AI agent by simply drag and drop. Okay, you can update this title description, or you can use ChatGPT to write your metadata. Once this is done, the next file is a page.tsx, which is the default page of your application. Now once we created this Next.js project, this page.tsx will be the default one. Once we run the application, you will get to know much better. Next, we have the node module, which contain all the packages to run our application. We are not going to touch to this particular folder at any time. Then we have the public folder, in which we are going to store all our images, assets, font, everything. And when you want to use it, you can directly refer that. You don't need to provide a complete path. Once you add it inside the public folder, Next.js will automatically access this public folder without providing a complete path. You will get to know much better later on once we start implementing. Then we have the next.config.ts file, which contain a configuration related to the Next.js application. Then we have package.json file, which contain the name, version of your application, the script to run, build your application, the dependency along with their version, and some dev dependency with their version as well. Whenever you add any third party or any library, you will see all this dependency mentioned under this package.json. Now package log is used to maintain this version across multiple places. For example, if once you share your project on a GitHub and someone is using, this package log will help us to maintain the version as well. Then we have post CSS for the Tailwind CSS configuration and tsconfig for the TypeScript related configuration. Now simply open a terminal, click new terminal, and it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. That's cool, right? You don't need to open external command prompt or terminal. Over here, simply type command npm run dev, and which will run your application. Click enter, and then you will see your application is running on URL localhost on a port 3000. Simply open that inside the browser, and then your application is now running. Now this is the default page, as I mentioned earlier, right? Now if you make any changes to your page.tsx file, as this is the default page, then you will immediately see the changes inside the browser. For example, let's remove this line of code, and here we'll say hello world, and then save it. And as soon as we save, you will see that's reflected over here. Pretty cool, right? Now let me remove all of this code, and then we want to simply add a div tag. Inside this we'll say h2 tag, and then we'll say subscribe to TubeGuruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, and then save it. Once you save without refreshing your browser, you will see the changes that we just made inside this page.tsx file. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can create your Next.js application and run it very first time. So we cover this both the point. Now the next step is to install a ShadCN UI component library. Now in order to install this library, simply go to the ShadCN ui.shadcn.com. Now this is very popular UI component library among the developers. Recently they introduced many new components as well. Simply go to the documentation. Here you will find the installation step. Select the Next.js, and then you have to follow step-by-step guide. Only you need to run this command called npx shadcn latest initialize init, which will initialize the shadcn inside your project. So we'll add a new terminal, we'll paste this command, and then say yes to the proceed. Right now I'm getting this error, that's because of the permission inside the Mac OS. So now I will start with this sudo, and then say yes. And once it started, it will ask you the base color, okay, for your ShadCN components. You can select anything. In this case, I will select a zinc, and then it will install the ShadCN inside your project. See, Now the interesting thing, once you install this shared CN, you will see some of the files get added to your project. The very first file, which is a component.json, which contain a configuration related to your shared CN, where you will find a Tailwind, where the Tailwind CSS variable is saved, the base color, theme and everything. And the lib contain the configuration again. Obviously we are not going to touch to this lib folder at any time. Now the next step is to use the shared CN component. Now whichever shared CN component you want to use it, you can simply select that one, and then you can copy the install command. So in this case, for example, if you want to use a button component, simply you can copy and paste it, and then it will install the button component for you. But if you want to install all the component at once, simply you have to type npx shadcn at latest add. Now once you hit enter, it will ask you which component you want to install. If you want to install all, just click A to select all and then click enter. Now it will install all the shadcn component directly inside your project. So from next time, you don't need to install each of the component one by one. Once it's done, you will see a very new folder called components, and inside this UI folder you will see all the component by the shared CN, which you can directly use it. You can always refer a shared CN documentation in order to use this component. For example, if you want to use a dialog component, then you can see the example how it looks, how it works, and then you can use any of this use case, like to import the import statements, to use the basic example, and then you can modify according to your requirements. So obviously once we start developing our application, you will get to know much better, as we all now install the shadcn UI component library. Now the next part is how to use this shadcn UI component library, and that's pretty easy. Simply, for example, if you want to use a button component, simply type a button. Here it automatically gives you the suggestion as well that is trying to import it from the component /UI/button. Click, hit enter, and then you can type any text, and let's save it. As soon as you save, you will see the button is now rendering on the screen. Okay, in such a way you can use any of this component. Now next thing is to update the application font, and that is again very straightforward. Simply go to the layout.txt. Here if you see it already using some of the default font, but I'm not going to use this, so I will delete this font and make sure to remove it from here as well, and then save it. Now whichever font you want to use, you can just first search on a Google font. Okay, go to the Google font, just search the font which you want to use. Okay, now in this application I'm going to use this outfit font, which is my favorite. Once you know the name of the font, simply inside this layout import this font. So I will say from Next.js, sorry, it needs to be a Google font. So we'll say next/font/Google. Okay, and then give the font name. As soon as you start typing, it will give you the suggestion and select the outfit. Once you define the font which you like, you have to initialize that font. So we'll say constant outfit is equal to outfit, and then you need to write a subset, and then we'll say Latin. Okay, now I will also open this. After that, you need to assign that font to this body. So over here we'll say class name, and inside this we'll say outfit dot class name, and then save it. And now if I refresh, you will see now font is changed to this outfit. That's how easy you can update the font. Now you can search any Google font which you want, and then just replace this import, initialize this font, and then simply apply it. That's how easy it is. Okay, now guys, if you have any question inside the chapter 1, let me know in the comment section. Now in the chapter 2, we are going to set up a database. So for that one, we are going to use a Convex DB, and then we learn how to create your first table inside the Convex database. Convex DB is one of the popular database among the developers, as it provides a lot of different features like real-time update, type safety, and you can easily integrate to any number of frameworks. Not only that, but Convex also give you the option to write a server functions, store your files, and the most important, the cron job functionality inside a one database. Everything you will get inside the Convex, and the most interesting thing, it's free to use as well. Now simply go to the developer documentation. I will put the link in the description. Make sure to click on that so that you will jump onto the specific page. Inside this documentation, make sure to select a Next.js as our framework, and then we have to follow few steps in order to install the Convex. Then inside the terminal over here, very first thing we need to do is to install the Convex. So we'll copy this command, just make sure to paste, and then it will install the Convex for us. After installing the Convex, you can run the Convex by using this npx convex dev command. And obviously, if you don't have project created, you can create a new project, or you can choose existing project as well. Now there are two options to do that. Now in order to create this project directly from the Convex, you have to log in to the Convex, open a dashboard in a new tab, and then once you jump onto this dashboard, here you have option to create a new project. Give the project name. So here we'll say AI Agent Builder Platform, and simply create this project. Once the project is created, you will see currently you are under development mode. Okay, just keep like this, because once we finish developing our application, we'll change this to a production mode. That also I'm going to tell you how to do that. Currently we don't have any table or anything. Okay, now once you set up and created this project, let's head back to our VS Code, and now we'll select an option called choose existing project. Here you might need to log in if you did not log in to the Convex through this terminal. Now I will also make sure to open this documentation side by side. Then make sure to select the project. So in our case is AI Agent Builder. So maybe it's down. Once you hit enter, you will see your Convex function is ready. Okay. Now after installing this Convex, you will see a new folder get added called Convex, and inside this we have this underscore general folder, and inside we have this API, data model, server, and many other files. You don't need to touch to this any of this folder, but when you want to create a table or write any Convex function, we'll write inside this Convex folder. Now the next step is to wrap your application inside the Convex provider. Now we are not going to follow this step exactly as it is, but directly jump on to the step 7, where you need to create a Convex client provider. So let's copy this name, go to the app folder, and inside this app we'll create a file called Convex client provider. We'll copy the content as it is and we'll paste it here. Okay, and then save it. Now over here, if you see, we have this next public Convex URL. When you initialize your project, Convex automatically create a file called .env.local file, and inside this you will find a Convex deployment ID and the Convex URL as well, which is all automatically set when you run the Convex dev command. Okay, and this is the Convex client provider. Now the next step, if you scroll down, you need to wrap the children inside this Convex client provider. Okay, so copy this line, then go to the layout.tsx file, and then I'm gonna paste it here. Make sure to import this Convex client provider by pressing command space on Mac or control space on Windows. You will get the suggestion, and then hit enter. If you see, the import statement is added. Let's save this one, and now you are ready to use the Convex. Now very first thing that we need to do is to create the table. Okay, as we finish this Convex DB setup, now we'll learn how to create a table inside the Convex. For that one, we'll go to the Convex folder. Inside this Convex folder, we'll create a file named schema. So over here, we'll say schema.ts. Inside this schema, simply write export default and we'll say define schema. Then whichever table you want to create, you can give the table name. We'll say, for example, user table, and then we'll say define this table. After that, you need to provide a column which you want to add. You don't need to provide an ID column because Convex automatically add you the unique ID for you. Okay, so here we'll say name of the user. So for name, you need to provide a type for this column. So we'll need to import this Convex /value which contain all of the type. So we'll say v.string. Then I will add an email. Then again, this is of type string. Then the image URL. If you want to import, again this is of type string. This is completely optional. If user has any subscription, right, so you can add a subscription. Again, this is of type string. And one more, I think, important thing, we can save the token. Okay, so I will give the token of type number, and that's all we needed, and then save it. As soon as you save it, you can make sure your Convex function don't have any error, and it's saying the Convex function is ready, and that's all. It automatically update your database with a new table. Even though if you make any modification inside your table, like adding a table or removing table, and save it, and automatically update your database. Now let's go to the Convex database and let's refresh this, and boom, if you see, we have this brand new table called user table. Obviously we don't have any record, but in order to check which are the column is available inside the user table, simply click on this add, and inside this you will get this schema. See over here, all the column like email, image, URL, name, subscription, it's get added. Now for example, if you don't want to use this image URL, just remove it, save it, make sure the Convex function don't have any error, and then now if I refresh it, you will see that now image URL field is no longer available. That's how easy you can create a table inside the Convex. Now another important thing, you can mark this an optional field if you want to keep it as optional. For example, we don't want a subscription to be a required field, so you can just wrap this as optional. Okay, so now this field will be the optional field. For a token, for example, if you want to provide a default value, you can provide a default value as well. So that's all for setting up this Convex DB. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. In chapter 3, we are going to implement an authentication. Then we'll learn once user is authenticated how to save user information to our database, and then we are also going to make sure to save that user info to the context so that you can share the user information across a multiple components, pages inside your application. So you don't need to fetch the user information every time. Now, to understand how this authentication works inside our application, let me walk through with this flowchart. When user come to our application very first time, we're gonna check is user is already exist or not. If user is not exist, it means user is new. Then we'll save the user information to our database. Obviously, in order to check whether user is already exist or not, we are going to check with the database. And if user is already exist, then you can redirect user to the dashboard directly. As we wanted to save the user information to the database, we need to implement this step. So in order to implement this authentication, we are going to use an Clerk Authentication. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market. It provides a lot of different features, and the most important, you can implement the multi-factor authentication, session management, email, SMS one-time passcode, and the social sign-on like Google, Facebook, uh, Microsoft, GitHub, and many more. By just single click, you can enable any sign-on. Now, you might have questioned why we use Clerk in many of my other video as well. That's because Clerk is used in many IT industries, and knowing how to integrate Clerk is very important. But not only that, Clerk also introduced a feature called subscription billing, where you can integrate the payment gateway in just single line of code. And within that, it will integrate the payment gateway directly into your application. And that also we are going to learn in this particular project. But if you want to sign on, just click the link in the description so that you will jump onto the specific pages. Then go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard, we'll create a new project. So we click on this create application, give the application name, and then you can enable any sign-in option like email, Google, you can enable Facebook, and on the right hand side you will see the preview, how it looks. Once you are happy with your all the selection, simply click on create application, and then over here you will find a step to install this Next.js Clerk SDK. Simply copy this command in order to install the Clerk, and then inside the terminal we'll add a new terminal, and then start installing the Clerk. Next step is copy both these environment keys, go to your project, and inside this .env.local file we'll paste this both the publisher and secret key. Then you need to create a new file called middleware.ts. Now middleware is very powerful feature inside your Next.js application, which help us to protect your pages. You can write your code inside the middleware, and then Clerk will take care of the rest. So we'll create a file called middleware.ts, copy the content as it is for now, and then paste it here. Now we'll tell you how it actually works. Okay, now just scroll down and make sure to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So I will close all of this tab, go to your layout file. Inside the root layout, we'll add this Clerk provider, make sure to import. Then I will also import the Clerk provider import statement. So we'll copy this import statement as it is. Obviously we just want Clerk provider, so I will remove all other and then save this one, and then you can simply run your application. Okay, now click the link in the description for a further steps, because we want to add our own sign in and sign up page. So we'll continue to the Next.js guide as well, or click the link in the description. It will jump you to build your own sign in and sign up page. That is very important. Then first thing, you need to create these folders and file with the same structure. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this path, then we'll go back to our application. Inside this app folder we'll create auth folder, but make sure you will give the folder name start with the braces, and then we'll add this plus sign, paste the path which you copied, and then hit enter. It automatically create a folders and file for you. Okay, and then copy the content as it is and save it. Same thing you have to do for the sign up, but before that we have to make sure inside the middleware.ts you will mark the public route whichever the public, and then you can protect the other routes. So we'll copy all of this content from the middleware, go to your middleware.ts file, and then replace all the code and then save it. Next we need to update this environment variable. So we'll copy this, go to your .env file, and then add these 3 environment variable. Okay, Next step, we also want to add a sign up page. So we'll also add the sign up page as well. Same thing we have to do. We'll copy this path in order to create sign up page. We'll go to this auth folder, click plus sign, add this file, and then simply copy this content and paste it here and save it. Make sure you will mark this sign up page as a public route. So when you mark this page as a public route, it will not ask you to sign in. So that's the reason we are adding this, because sign up page need to be public in order to sign in the user, right? Next thing, you need to copy this environment variable as well inside your .env.local file, and that's all. Now let's go back to your application. Currently, if I try to visit to the localhost or home screen, it asking me to sign in. That's because this route is a not public route, and that's the reason it redirects you to the sign in page before accessing your application. Now the question is how you can make this home screen or default route as a public. Just inside your middleware.ts, you can mark this as a default the public route. Okay, so I just mark this as a public route, save this one, and now if I go to the local host, it will allow me. Okay, now for the sign in, you can simply navigate to the sign in screen, and then you will find this beautiful sign in model as well. Okay, now let's update this little bit. So I will make sure it will be in the center of the screen. So let's go to this sign in page.tsx. I will add a div, and then we'll add a sign in component. Over here, we'll mark this as a flex, item to be in the center, justify content in the center, and height to screen. Okay, now it will be center of the screen. Copy the same div, go to the sign up over here as well. We'll add for the sign up page as well. So when you click on this sign up, you will see you are on the sign up, which is on your own domain, and then we have option to create an account as well. Pretty cool, right? Now let's sign in. So just we can sign in with the Google, or you can sign in with the email password, select the account, it automatically do everything for you. So that's how easy Clerk is, and then simply continue. Once you continue, you will see now you are signing to this application. Okay, now obviously there are few components in the Clerk that you can use it. For example, let's go to this page.tsx, and you wanna see the user profile. So we'll add this user button. If you see this user button, we are importing from the Clerk Next.js. Save this one, and you will see this beautiful profile image icon. Click on it, then you will see this pop-up drop down popper component where you have option to manage your account. You can even option to sign out, and everything is added by the Clerk. We did not implement any of this component. We just imported and used this component. Okay, and Clerk is doing rest for us. Pretty cool, right? Now from the Clerk dashboard, you can manage or see all the user information, when it last signed in, when it joined, organization information. In the configuration, anytime you can enable and disable sign in options, and all of these settings you can find on this dashboard. Now next, we are going to save the login user information as soon as user is logging to our database, and then we are also going to fetch whatever the information we have to our database to the contact, so that we can share it across the application. So let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder we are going to create a new file called provider.tsx, so that we can keep this provider on the client side and we'll keep the layout.tsx on the server side. Here we'll change this to provider. Now inside the layout.tsx, we need to get this children. Okay, and this is the type we want to provide, so that's the reason I just copy pasted over here and then save it inside the provider. Now I will add this children and save it. Now let's go back to this layout.tsx file again, and then over here I will wrap this inside this provider, something like this, and then save it. Now make sure your application still running smoothly and no issue, right? Now go to this provider and over here we'll create a method called constant create and get new or get user. Okay, now I name this method create and get user because once user is created, it also help us to get the user information and then save it. Now in order to get the user information, you can get it with the help of use user hook. Okay, this is the Clerk hook and I already imported. Now once we have this user, you will get all the user information like user name, user email ID, image URL and everything. Now in order to save the user information to our database, we need to write a convex function. So go to the convex folder. Here we create a new file called user.ts. Okay, this is the convex function we are going to create, and all the operation which we want to make on the user table will add it inside the user.ts file. Inside this we'll say export constant create new user, and then inside this obviously we want to create means we want to insert the record, so this comes under the mutation. So make sure to import this mutation, and then inside the mutation it will take an arguments, okay, which you can pass to this create new user. The first argument, the name, so is of type string, so make sure you will import this way, then type string, then email of type string. I think that's all we needed for now. After this you need to add the handler with async context called ctx and the arguments and the arrow function. Now inside this, here we'll check if user already exists. Okay, now we need to check first is user already exists or not. If not, then create new user. Okay, now in order to check if user is already exist or not, we'll check using this constant user await ctx dot db dot select dot query, because we want to fetch the record, so we'll say query, then inside this string format you need to give the table name, it will automatically give you the suggestion as well. Then add a condition using this filter option with the query, so here we'll say q dot equal to, then q dot fill, on which fill you want to add, so in this case you want to add on email, and then we need to pass the email from the arguments. Okay, so that's how you can add a filter, which is nothing but a where clause inside the SQL, and then we'll say collect to get the user information with this particular filter on this table. Once you have the user information, here we'll check the condition if user dot length is equal to 0, because it will return the array list, right? And if there is a no user, then it means we need to create that user information. Otherwise you can simply return the user first element of the user, because every time we'll get only one record, so that's the reason, and then save it. Now if user is new user and we don't have any record into our database, so make sure to create. So over here first we'll say constant user data, obviously we need to pass a name as arguments dot name, then we also need to pass email as arguments dot email, and the most important, we also need to save the token. Okay, so initially we'll give some token, let's say 5000 tokens, so that token, and then once you have the user data ready, you can say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, because we want to insert the record, give the table name which is user table and the data which you want to save, in this case the user data, so we'll pass the user data, and once it is inserted you can simply return the user data. Okay, because that's the reason I kept this user data separately, so that after successfully insert we can just return and then save it. As simple as that. Now, once your convex function in order to create a new user is ready, let's head back to this provider.tsx, and then we need to define the mutation so that you can easily use it. And that's very easy. Here we'll say create user is equal to use mutation. Make sure it is importing from the convex React, and then you need to provide an API endpoint. So we'll say API. See, it's importing from the convex dot user dot create new user. You will get the suggestion as soon as you start typing. Now once your mutation is ready, over here we'll add a condition. If user information is available, means user is login, then we'll say constant of result is equal to await create user, because that's what we define. And inside the create user, you need to define the arguments. The first argument, you will see the suggestion immediately once we start typing, is a name. So you can get it from the user dot full name. Then we want to pass email. Again, you can pass with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so if full name is empty, you can add double quote with this. It means if your full name is not there, then it will pass it as an empty string. As we are using await, let's mark this as async. And once the user is created successfully, it will return the result. That result you need to save to context. Okay, that will do it in a moment, but first we'll check whether user is getting saved or not. Now over here inside the use effect, whenever this component get load, we need to save the we need to call this create and get user method. So here we'll pass a user, because we want to execute this use effect whenever the user is available, and then we'll say if user is available, then only call this create and get user method, and then save it. Okay, now let's go back to our application. Right now if you see we are using the React hook, it means we need to mark this component on the client side. And if I refresh this screen, nothing happens because we did not console anything at this moment. But if I go to our database, you will see a brand new record in real time. Over here, as I say, it create an ID for us. Then we have the email, the name of the user. Obviously subscription is optional, we did not update this one, and the token as well. How cool, right? That's how easily we created the new user information. Now you can simply console this result as well. And if I try to refresh, obviously it will not insert the duplicate record because this record is already exist. But on line number 26 inside the provider.tsx, you will see the user information like email, name, token, ID, and all of this information. Cool, right? So that's how you need to save the user if it's a new, otherwise you can get the user information. Now once you have the user information, you can save it in a context so that you can share it across the application, because for each of these user you will get the ID, the creation time, and all of this information, right? So what we can do, we can create a context. So we'll create a new folder inside the root directory called context, and creating context is just as simple as it is. So just we'll create a new file called user detail context.tsx. Then here we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure you are importing this context from the React, and then initially I will pass it as a null and then save it. You can pass a type any as well and then save it. After this, go to the provider.tsx and you need to wrap your complete application inside this context provider. So basically here we'll say user detail context dot provider, and then you can pass a default value, something like this. Now inside this value we'll pass a default state. So we'll define a state called constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Now this user detail state will pass to this provider. So whenever you want to use, you can just use this user information from this one. But we have to make sure we need to save that user detail information. So as soon as we get the result inside this, you can set the user detail with the result. Okay. Now obviously here we are getting error because we don't know the type. So you can just define the type any for now and then save it. And that's why the TypeScript used for. Okay. But right now we just give the type any, but later on I will tell you how to define a proper type as well. And that's all, guys. Now whenever in any component, when you want to use the user detail information, you can directly use the context that we'll see in upcoming chapters. But if you have any question, any doubt in this chapter, let me know in the comment section. In this fourth chapter, we are going to implement a dashboard layout along with the sidebar and the header. Now it's quite easy and straightforward because we have this sidebar on the left side and then header as well. So in order to implement it, first we'll go back to our application and then we need to create a new route and we can call it as dashboard. So I will name it as a dashboard. Now to this dashboard we'll add its own layout file. So we'll create a layout.tsx file. Let's add a default template and then I will rename this as dashboard layout. Inside this we'll render the children of type any. Make sure to mention it outside, and then over here we need to render the children. Now to this dashboard layout we are also going to add its dedicated provider. Okay, so we'll add a provider.tsx as well. Let's add a default template and obviously in this provider we want to render the children. So we'll wrap this provider. As we are creating this provider, okay, I think we need to rename this provider to, let's say, dashboard provider. Because we already have one provider, and then we'll rename this to now a dashboard provider. As we want to keep our dashboard layout on the server side. Now inside the provider, obviously this is a protected route. You can only log in or only access this page once you log in. Now if I go to this /dashboard, I can able to see the dashboard screen. Currently it's giving me a 404 error because we don't have the page.tsx file, which is dedicated page. We don't have right now. But if you want to add, we'll create a page.tsx file with a default template and we'll name it as a dashboard only. And now if I hit enter, we will see the dashboard with the text provider because we don't have anything and we did not render any children. So make sure to render the children so that you will see this dashboard page. Now the next step is we want to add the sidebar inside the dashboard. So let's go to the shared CN and then scroll to the sidebar component. Inside this sidebar component you will see some example, but you don't need to install because we already installed this sidebar. But we need to add these variables inside your global CSS file. So copy everything as it is, go to the global CSS file and maybe at the end of this you can add this copied CSS. The next step, if you go see this structure of the sidebar, it's very important to understand. So all this sidebar component is wrapped under the sidebar component where we have the sidebar header at the top, the sidebar content, and inside the sidebar content you can add multiple sidebar group, and then at the bottom you have the sidebar footer as well. Now in order to use it, first you have to make sure you will wrap your application inside the sidebar provider. So that is the reason we'll go to this provider and then we'll wrap our application inside this. So we are basically wrapping our children inside the sidebar provider. Then we'll create our app sidebar component. So under this dashboard, we'll create underscore component folder, and once we give the folder name start with a braces or underscore, then Next.js will not consider it as a route. Now inside this underscore component, we'll create a component called app sidebar. Now mentioning or adding this folder structure in a proper way will help us to extend your project later on as well. It's very easy to find, as all the components related to this dashboard we can keep inside this component folder. Now here we'll add a default template, and inside this app sidebar, let's add the import statement from this documentation and this example for the sidebar, and then save it. Now once you save, make sure to go to the provider and then import this app sidebar, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful sidebar, okay. Now in order to open and close it, you can add a sidebar trigger, okay. Make sure to import this, and then you will see this small trigger. If I click on it, you will see it's collapsed. Now it's open like that. So in this way, you can add the sidebar trigger as well. Now let's implement the sidebar with an icon and everything. So I will go to this app sidebar, and then we'll add a header with the logo and application name. So over here, I will add the sidebar header. Then we want to add a logo, right? You can either create a logo, or you can get all the assets for a free. The link is in the description. So I will just go to this logo placeholder, okay. You will find a bunch of different websites for this placeholder, and then I will select the one which I'm planning to use, and I'm going to use this one. So let's click on it. It will copy the SVG file. Then simply we have to go to this public folder, in which you can create a logo.svg file and simply paste the code which you copied, okay. So your logo.svg is now ready. Now in order to use this, you can simply add an image tag with a source, and then you can simply add /logo.svg. Now Next.js automatically try to find this file inside the public folder. Then give alt tag. Obviously here you need to provide a width and then height as well, and then save it. Once you save, you will see your logo. Then we'll give the name of the application inside the h2 tag, and then I will name it as a Agentify. Here let's wrap this inside the div, and then for this div I will say class name with a flex gap of 2, item to be in the center, and then save it. This need to be a flex, and now it will be the one line. Make sure to provide a font to be bold. Perfect, okay. So this is our application logo and the name. You can even increase the size. After that, we want to add a sidebar menu options. So first I will define some options inside the constant. So we'll say constant. Inside that we'll say menu options, and then we'll say title, let's say dashboard. Then a URL, we can add the URL later on, but here I will just say /dashboard as a default one. An icon, let's say grid layout, or maybe we have dashboard layout icon. After this, you can add few more options. So I will copy paste this structure, and I will paste it here multiple times. Now here I added some option like AI agent along with the URL icon, data, pricing, and profile. You can add more option, depends on your requirements. Later on we can add more menu option as well. Now the next thing, inside the sidebar group, we want to display all of these menu options. So inside the sidebar group, we can add a sidebar group label. So here we will say sidebar group label, and we name it as an application. You can name anything you want. Then I will add sidebar group content, and inside this content we'll add sidebar menu. Okay, make sure to import each of these component. Inside the menu you can add a menu option dot map. I will say menu comma index and the arrow function. Then we'll add a sidebar menu item, and inside this each sidebar menu item you need to add a sidebar menu button. Okay, now make sure to provide a key as an index to this item, and inside this button you can simply add a link tag, because on the click of it we want to navigate, right? So that's the reason you can use a Next.js link tag. Over here inside the hrefs, which similar to the anchor tag, you need to provide a menu, the menu dot URL. Okay, so once user click, it will navigate to that particular URL. And then inside the link tag you can simply add item dot icon, the menu dot icon, and then inside the span tag you can give the title of that menu. So we'll say menu dot title. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. So if I go over here, this is how it looks. It's not properly structured. Okay, so for this menu item you can mark this as a child. So now if you see, it's looking perfectly fine. Now this profile section is coming because I think we added somewhere. Okay, but I'll remove that later on. Now once our icon is displaying on the screen, now obviously you can modify this font size and everything. For this profile, maybe we use this user avatar. Okay, I think that we added this user avatar from the Clerk Next.js. We don't want this user avatar, so we'll say user icon. Okay, so we want that icon. I think perfect. Now you can even change the size of this particular button. So inside this you can provide a size and you can mention it as a large. Okay, now we have proper spacing as well. Now once you collapse it, you will see the sidebar is no longer visible. But if you want to keep this icon visible, that also you can implement. It's very easy. Simply go to the sidebar and here you can mark this as a collapsible, and then you have option like icon, none, off canvas. The by default is none or maybe off canvas, but if you want to display an icon you can say icon and then save it. Now once you collapse it, you will see something like this. Okay, but obviously I think somehow it's not expanding, but you need to make sure some of the text like agentify and other we need to remove it. Also because we mark this size as a large, right? If I remove it, you will see this proper icon, but if I put it like this and save it, then you will see this text. Right now we have to fix this. So in order to fix this issue, we need to make sure to check whether the sidebar is collapsed or not. Okay, that you can get it using use sidebar hook. Okay, so simply import this use sidebar hook. From the open we'll get to know it's open or not. Now we're gonna show this agentify text only when it's open. So we'll add a condition. If open is true, then only show this agentify text. Now as we are using this hook, right, then we have to mark this component on the client side, and then if I collapse this, see, now we don't have that text anymore. Same thing you can do for this button. Now you can mark this size as a large, but if open is true, then only mark it as a large, otherwise you can mark it as a default. Now if I collapse this, see, now you are able to only see this icon. If I open this one, then the complete icon with the text. So that's how we have to implement it. The next part, we want to add a footer section to show how many credits user have. So under this sidebar footer, I will expand this sidebar footer, will add a div. Inside the div will add an icon called gem, and then inside the h2 tag we can add a text called remaining credits, right? And obviously the credits we want to show you can display over here. For now, if I save it, you will see the text remaining credits at the bottom of the sidebar. Let's add some style. So over here we'll mark it as a flex. Then for this footer you can add margin bottom to 10, so it will come little bit up. Then for this div we'll make gap to 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. Now if I collapse, see the text is still there. So you can hide this text using this same thing. You will say open and then only you can show this text, otherwise you don't need to. Perfect. Now we already have the user credit information which we saved inside the context, which you can get it. Now in order to get the data from the context, you can use the curly braces, then the state. So here we'll say set user detail is equal to use context. Okay, and inside the use context you need to provide a context name. So in our case is user detail context, and that's how easy it is in order to access the context information. Now from this user detail you can just get the credits and then save it. Now you will see the credits. I think we name it as a token, not the credits. So I will change this to token. Okay, and now if you see the token is displaying. Perfect. You can even change this font size. So I will wrap inside the span so that we can just add a style to this one. Perfect. Also I'm going to add a button. So outside of this div we'll add a button and we'll say upgrade to unlimited, and this button again only visible if user expanded the sidebar, otherwise not. See, if I collapse this button will not visible, but if I expand this, then only this button is visible. So that's how our app sidebar is now ready. Now let's add the header. It's very straightforward. Again, under this underscore component folder we'll create a new file called app header.tsx, add a default templates called app header. Then inside the app header let's add a sidebar trigger. Okay, so we'll say sidebar trigger, and we don't want to keep this trigger over here, so I will remove it. Then inside this div you can add this app header component, save this one. You will see this header. Obviously the trigger will work as expected, but inside the app header we also want to add a user button. Okay, we want to keep that user button on the right side, so I will make it as a flex and we'll say justify between. Also I will make item to be in the center. Let's save this one, and it's still showing only this much space because we need to mark this as a width full. Along with that, inside the provider.tsx for this div we can mark this div as a width full, and that's why now it's look perfectly fine. See, now for this inside this app header we'll add some padding, so we'll say padding to 4, and then we'll add a little bit of shadow, something like this. Beautiful. So that's how our header is also ready. Also I'm going to add a background sidebar, so similar background like a sidebar, see, something like this. And that's how our dashboard layout is ready, where we have the sidebar and the header. Now next, obviously in the next chapter we'll start implementing the AI agent builder and lot of other things. Okay, because we need a way to create and start the agent creation process. Also we need to understand how this credit works, pricing, and there are a bunch of other things that we are going to implement in upcoming chapters. Now very first thing we need to update is a sidebar selected option. Currently if user is on the dashboard route, we have to make sure the dashboard is as a selected one. Same, if user selected AI agent, we need to show AI agent as a selected one. Currently, it's hard to get which option is selected on the sidebar. So to do that, first we'll go back and we need to get the path information. So you can get it using this constant path is equal to use path name. Now this use path name we are importing from the next/navigation. Okay, and then once you added this path, you can easily get the path name. Now for the sidebar menu item, we have method called is active, and if you put the true is active as true, you will see the changes. Let me refresh the screen, and if you see, it's showing it as a selected. Okay, but right now we need to add a condition. So over here we'll say if path is equal to menu dot URL, because each URL have the path information, right? Like slash dashboard. Currently for other we have hash because we don't have anything, but it will check if path name is equal to URL, then only we have to, or we can say is true, then false. Okay, or you can simply write like this: if this is matches, it means true, otherwise false. Let's save this one, and currently if you see, the dashboard is showing as a selected. Okay, obviously it's light, you can change the color if you want, but for now we'll keep as it is. In this chapter, we're gonna learn how to protect our tokens, how to add a tokens rate limiting, and then after every month, how to update a free user token. Once user join it, we are assigning 5,000 tokens to the user, and every 30 days we need to give 5,000 tokens. But as soon as user start using it, we have to make sure once user finishes his token, it will not allow user to create any more request. So basically, let me explain the two important concepts. As this is a SaaS application and we have the free users and the paid user as well. Now for the free user, we are assigning 5,000 tokens every month. Obviously, we have to make sure every month it will add 5,000 token automatically. And for the paid user, obviously paid user can get 50k tokens, 50,000 tokens, and every month he will get 50,000 tokens as well. So both the condition we need to implement it. Or obviously whenever you make any request, we have to make sure the token will deduct, as well as it will stop making request once the token is finished. Adding this implementation is quite headache, but no more. Let me introduce an Arcjet. Arcjet is one of the best tool to provide a rate limiting, board protection, email validation, attack protection, and many more. In many of my previous applications, we added this Arcjet. Arcjet available in for different tech stack, even for the Next.js as well. Adding these different security tools is quite easy. Arcjet is one of the best tools which I found on the internet. The link is in the description. This Arcjet will help us to add the rate limiting, even board protection, email protection or email validation, and many more other features as well. So simply click the link in the description, then you will jump onto the documentation. Inside the documentation, on the left hand side, you will see the existing app example, the blueprint, as well as the feature which you want to add, along with the SDK reference and many other information. So currently we want to add a rate limiting, so click on it and click on quick start guide. In this one you can watch the video tutorial as well. Okay, but let's follow the step-by-step guide. So very first thing, we need to add this Arcjet SDK into our application. So simply I will paste it here. After that, we need to add the Arcjet key inside our .env file. So we need to create an Arcjet account. If you don't have, make sure to create. Just click on this free Arcjet account link. Here you need to sign in with the account And once you sign in, if you see some of the application, it's already using it, right? And then click on new site, give the site name. So over here we'll simply say AI agent builder platform, and then we'll say create. Once you create it, you will get this API key. Just copy that and then head back to your .env.local file. Over here, simply paste this key. I will say arcjet underscore key, and we'll paste it here. Okay. Obviously, you can see this SDK guide as well. You can select the correct framework, click on it, and then you will jump on to that documentation. Then next thing, once you added this Arcjet key, you have to add a rate limit route, okay, which will actually help us to limit the tokens and all. Okay, so for example, let's copy everything as it is, and then we need to create a route called arcjet/route under the API, because this is the endpoint that we are creating. So inside the app folder, we'll create a new folder called API. Inside this, we'll say Arcjet. This need to be a folder again, so make sure. And this will be the endpoint, okay. And then inside this, we'll create a route.ts file. Simply paste the code which you copied. And let me explain this code first. Now, very first thing, it initialize this Arcjet, okay, with the Arcjet key. Sorry. And obviously this Arcjet key we already provided. Then this Arcjet has some rule, okay. So this is the token bucket rate limiting feature. Now currently inside the bucket, if you see, these are the field that provided, okay. So this is the rules that we said. The very first thing is a mode. Currently it's saying live mode, okay. Then characteristics, this is the it used actually to request by the customer user ID, okay. Currently it's a user ID, but here you can mark it as a user email, because user email in our case is a unique one, okay. Or you can add the user ID as well. It's completely up to you. Then this is the refill rate. Consider it as a bucket, okay. And obviously the every time how much token you want to fill it up. So here we'll say, for example, 5,000 tokens every time, okay. Then you can add interval after how many seconds or how many times you want to add this token. So let's take this example for now. We'll keep as it is. And the capacity of bucket, how many tokens that bucket can hold, right? So obviously here we'll replace with the 5,000 only. For now we'll keep as it is. And this is the simply a guest request. So over here, I think let's keep this user ID for now, because we want to test this out. And then this is the get request that we are making, okay. Now let's save everything. I will just copy and make sure the key is correct. And once you save, we'll go back to your application, and over here I will go to this localhost /apk/arcjet, okay, and then click enter. Now here you will see a text called hello world. If I refresh it again, it will again see, but if I refresh it again, it's saying too many requests, and then we have to wait for 10 seconds to fill up that bucket. Now if I refresh it, you will see hello world. If I refresh it again, it will say you have to wait. If you wait for 20 seconds, then it will fill up a 10 tokens, and every time is deducting 5 tokens, okay. So over here, if I go to this line, you will see every time it will deduct 5 tokens from your bucket. As simple as that, okay. And now if I refresh 2 times, I'm getting the same result, because I now have the 10 tokens. So that's how the Arcjet works. Just one line and you can protect your complete route, okay. Obviously going forward we'll implement it one by one, but I hope you understand this setup. Now we are going to move this Arcjet in a different file. So copy everything as it is, and then we'll create a config folder inside the root directory, and inside this I will create an arcjet.tsx file. Over here, just paste the code which you copied. Now make sure to import this Arcjet or you can simply copy everything from here as it is. Okay, and don't forget to export this AJ as well. Okay, so now you don't need to use any of this, just you can import this one AJ. Okay, now this is just an example, the GET request, but later on with this line we are going to protect our all the routes. Okay, and over here inside this Arcjet we have to make sure our refill rate is 5000. Then we have to provide the interval as well. So for the interval 30 days, so we'll say 30 into, or this need to be x. Alright, so we need to provide a proper number, so we'll simply add something like this. Okay, and then the capacity of bucket, let's say 5000. Okay, now later on, once we add a payment gateway into our application and once we implement the paid user feature, then we'll update this Arcjet bucket capacity and we'll increase this bucket's capacity as well as the refill rate. Okay, but for now I think this is good start for you guys. Okay, for the free user, how can we limit the tokens uses? Later on we'll actually see the use case of the Arcjet and how each of the route we are going to protect with this Arcjet rate limiting. But other than that, you will see many other features that you can implement. The board protection, which is quite important to protect your all the AI models and everything. Okay, then we have the shield, we have the email validation and many other options. So click the link in the description and give a try to this Arcjet. Now in this chapter, we are mainly focusing on creating an agent section. Then we are going to add a dialog to enter the agent name, and then once user click on save, then it will save the agent ID and the agent name to our database. So basically, this is how it look like on the dashboard page. We wanted to show this section where on the click of this create, we want to open a dialog where user have option to enter the agent name. Then on the click of this create, it will save the agent ID and the agent name as well. Over here, if you see, also we are giving two options. Okay, this is a tab actually. So inside this, we are giving my agent and the template as a two different tab. On the click of my agent, it will display all the user created agent, and under the template, we are going to show ready-made template which user can directly use it. Okay, so this is the two tabs we wanted to add on this dashboard screen as well. And then we are going to reuse this both the tabs under this AI agent option as well. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Very first thing we wanted to add under the dashboard page.tsx, because we only have the text called dashboard. Okay, now over here I'm going to create a component and we'll call it as create agent section.tsx, add a default template, and this particular component I'm going to add under the dashboard. So here we'll say create agent section. Okay, make sure inside the app, if I refresh it, it will display create agent section. Okay, so let's go to this create agent section, and as per this mockup design, this is how we want. So very first text is create AI agent. Let's add a class name with the font bold, text I will say Excel. Then the p tag, I will just copy this text as it is and we'll paste it here. Let's add a class name with a space y to, let's say 2. Okay, and this is how it look like. Here I can make it as a 2XL, and we want this in the center of the screen. So over here we'll make it flex column and justify center. Also we'll make it as item to be in the center, and then we'll give margin top, let's say 24. Perfect. Here I will give more padding y. Actually we want to give padding y to let's say 2, and then we want to add a button. For this one I will make text larger. Then for button we'll add this button, then we want to add a plus icon, and then we'll say create as a text, and this is how our button will look like. Over here you can change this size to, I will make it a large. Okay, perfect, that's look good. Now next, as I say, we want to add a tabs as well, so we'll add that tab too. So for the tab I will add a new component and we'll create a call AI agents or agent tab. I will say AI agent tab dot tsx, or let's AI agent tab dot tsx, that's fine. Let's add a default template, and this particular component we need to add on the dashboard, so I will just import that into the dashboard as well. Now inside this AI agent tab, first make sure it is displaying on the screen. Now for this one I will add a padding x to 10 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size we'll give padding x to 24, and on large we'll give padding x to 48. Okay, some spacing. Also we'll give margin top to let's say 20. Over here I will just make this as a let's say 32 only, not too much. Perfect. Here we'll make it as a 14. After that we want to add a tab. Now obviously we are going to use a Shatsion tab component, so let's go to the Shatsion, go to the tabs, and this is how we want. Okay, it's very easy to use it. We already have the tab installed, so you don't need to install it again. Just copy this import statement, I will add it over here, sorry, and then copy this example and simply add inside this div. Now once you save it, let's go back and test this out, and if you see, this tab get added. Beautiful. Now just you change this name and the content. So basically as we have this tab list and these are the two tab name, right? So we're gonna replace this, we'll say my agents and then templates. Now here as well I will change this to a different value, because depends on this, right? We need to attach that value to this content. So here I will change this to my agent and then template. Perfect. Now default value you need to set, let's set it as my agent and then save it, and here you will see the change. Now if I refresh, you will see the default value to my agent, and now we have the template as well. Now depends on the content, we're gonna change this to a different component. We can create a component, so over here under the component folder we'll say my agents.tsx file, add a default template, and then we'll attach this component over here. So it will basically show all the content which we are going to display inside this my agent component. So if I save this one, you will see the my agents, because that's what it is inside the component. And then here we'll simply gonna show a template. Obviously we don't have any template right now, we'll create it later on. So obviously we'll create a different component for the template as well, but for now we'll keep as it is. Perfect. Now the next important thing, we need to create a dialog. On the click of this create button, it should open that dialog as well. Okay, so basically let's go back to this create agent section, because that's where we have this create button. Now in order to add a dialog, let's go to the Shatsion, and inside the Shatsion you will see a dialog component. Okay, now if I click on this button, this is how the dialog is opening. Okay, so the similar way we want. So first make sure the dialog is installed. Obviously it's installed already. Then we need to import this component, so I will just add those all the import statement and then copy this dialog. That dialog I'm gonna paste it here. Oops, sorry, I think just copy this and then paste it here. Okay, now if you remember carefully, this is the dialog, and inside the dialog we have this dialog trigger which open the dialog. Okay, now we want to open this dialog on the click of this create button. So basically I want to move this button inside this dialog trigger and then mark this as a child, save it, and then you will see the magic. Obviously nothing change on the screen, but if I click on this create button, now it open the dialog. See, Now only thing that we need to update is this description, because everything will be as it is. So first I will change this dialog title, and here we'll say enter agent name, and then inside the dialog description I just want to add an input component. Okay, this is the input from the chat scene again. Here we'll add a placeholder and we'll say agent name. So this is how it look like, see. And then we also want to add a button. So for the button I'm gonna add a dialog footer. Okay, and inside the dialog footer I'm gonna add two buttons. So let's add a dialog, sorry, not dialog, first we'll add a button for a cancel and another button for create. Okay, now once you save it, okay, so it's get added over here. I think we need to add this dialog footer inside the dialog content only. Okay, and if I click on this, you will see these two buttons. Now make sure this button cancel with a variant as ghost, or you can mark it as outline. Okay, and we'll keep this create as it is. But on the click of this cancel, we just simply want to close this dialog. So basically you can wrap this inside the dialog close component, something like this. Okay, so what it will happen when you click cancel, it will close this dialog. Okay, but on the click of this create, we have to make sure only once user save it to the database, then only we want to close this dialog. Okay, so we want to add a state called constant open dialog comma set open dialog is equal to use state, and initially let's say false, and here as we are using a state, so you have to mark this as a use client, and then you have to pass this open, let's say open dialog, and then we also need to add on open change to set open dialog. Okay, now whenever user click on this create button, make sure you have to add now on click method, and then we'll set this open dialog to true. Okay, and obviously later on once we implement the method for create, then it will also close the dialog. Right now if I click on this create, you can cancel this, obviously no doubt now, but once we add the implementation to save the agent name to our database and wanted to close the dialog, then you can easily close that as well programmatically. Okay, now the next step is to save the agent name. Okay, so inside our Convex database we need to create a new table. Okay, obviously we are going to create from the schema, so let's go to this Convex folder. Under the schema we are going to create a new table. So here we'll say agent table, then we'll say define table, and inside the define table you need to provide the all the columns name. So here we'll say name, again this is the agent name. Before that I will say agent, okay, agent ID will automatically get added, but we're gonna add our own agent ID. So that's the reason I added agent ID. Then name of the agent, when it get created that automatically will get added, so you don't need to add. Then we need to add a config as a new column. So here you can add of type any, and I think we need to add few more column like published. Okay, so obviously once you create it, you can add of type any, oh, sorry, not any, boolean. And over here the config I will make this as an optional as well, because currently we don't have the value. For a boolean you can add a default value later on as a false only initially, and we can add more column later on. Okay, right now I think we are good with this, and once you save this one you will see this column get added called agent table. Perfect, right? Now Once you have this column, obviously we need a convex function to save this agent information. So inside the convex, we'll create a new file called agent, or you can add with a small letter, doesn't matter. So we'll say agent.ts. Now inside this agent, first thing, similar like this user function, we need to create a mutation. So over here we'll say export constant create agent is equal to mutation, and inside the mutation, first we need to get the arguments, which are the field we want to insert. That argument we need to get. So here we'll say name of type string. Now make sure to import this v. Then we also want to add agent id of type string. I will just make sure the type string for the agent id. That's good. Then we need to add a handler. Now inside the handler, I will just take a reference. So here we need to add async with context ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now inside the handler, first we'll write constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then you need to provide a table name, which is the agent table, and then you just need to provide the values which you want to insert. Okay, so in this case, the name, which you can get it from the arguments dot name, and then the agent id, which you can get it from the arguments dot agent id. Also we need to add a publish as a false, because this is just a draft in the draft mode. Okay, so we don't have any information, but as I say, we need to add a more field inside the schema like URL, code, and many other things that we can update it later on. But for now, this is the basic setup we wanted to do. Okay, once we insert the result, you can return the result if you want, and then save this schema and the agent as well. And that's how easily our agent create agent function is ready. Now next thing, let's go back to this create agent section. Inside this, we need to get this mutation. So here we'll say constant create agent, I will say mutation is equal to use mutation, and inside this use mutation you need to provide an, let me get this again, sorry. So over here this need to be API dot agent dot create agent. So that's how our agent mutation is defined. Now we need to create a method called constant create agent and the arrow function. Now inside that, obviously we need to create an agent, right? So first I will define a state. Sorry, we need to get the user entered agent, right? So we'll say agent name comma set agent name is equal to use state, and obviously it is of type string. Then whenever user enter inside our input, we need to make sure we'll capture this. So inside the on change, it will emit the event, and then we'll set the agent name using event dot target dot value. So what will happen whenever user entered anything, it will save in our agent name state. Now once you have agent name, we also need an agent ID. That is very important. Now we need to create an unique agent ID every time. So we're gonna use this UUID library, okay, which will generate a unique identification number, something like this, and every time it will generate a unique one. So first you need to install this UUID, and once it is installed, it's very easy to use. First make sure to import this, and then you just need to call it. So over here now we'll say constant agent ID is equal to UUID v4, and it will generate unique agent ID. Then next step, you just need to create it. So here we say constant result is equal to await create agent mutation, and inside this you need to pass an arguments. That's it. So obviously first agent ID, as agent ID and then name as a agent name. As simple as that. Here I will mark this as a async and then save it. Perfect. So that's how you need to save it. Now this create agent we need to call on the click of this create button, and then now very first thing, obviously once you call it, we want to close the dialog. Then we'll set this open dialog to false, and then we want to navigate to agent builder screen. Okay, right now we don't have that screen, but we want to navigate it. So in order to navigate, we'll say we need to define a router using this use router. Now make sure you are importing this use router from the next/navigation, and then basically you can simply add a router dot push and then navigate to the slash agent builder. Okay, now currently we don't have route, so we will get a 404 error. That's completely fine, okay, because we don't have this screen. But now one more important thing we need to do, once user click on this create agent, we need to show a loading dialog, right? So when your data is getting saved to a database, it will take a millisecond or second time to add data, right? So in the meantime, you can show some kind of loading indicator. So we can add a loader comma set loader is equal to use state, and initially I will set it as a false. Now once user click on this create agent, we will set the loader as a true, and once it is finished, we will set the loader as false. Perfect. Now whenever the loader is true, we want to disable this create button, so user will not click it again and again, right? So we'll say loader is true, disable this button. And also when the loader is true, we wanted to show a loader icon, okay, and we can even animate this. So here we'll say animate spin and then save it. Now everything is set up. Let's test this out. Okay, one more important thing, when you are navigating to this agent builder, we have to make sure to pass the agent ID, this ID. So this needs to be a dynamic route, okay. So over here I will pass agent ID, something like this. So agent builder slash agent ID. I'm gonna explain this more in detail in the next chapter, but for now just make sure to pass this agent ID as well. Now if you want to console the result, you can just console the result as well. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now let's say you want to create an agent, so we'll click on create. Here we'll say AI trip planner agent, for example, and then simply click create. You will see this dialog. Obviously it's very fast, and once it is inserted, you navigate to this agent builder along with this particular agent ID, right? Now obviously we don't have this page, that's completely fine, but let's take this out. So I will go to this agent table, and here you will find the agent ID, the name of the agent, and currently it's not published, so it's saying false, and then the creation time as well. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to add the agent information to your database. Now obviously if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now obviously once you add it, you need to make sure that agent is get added under this my agent section. Now you need to fetch the agent, right, in order to display on this my agent tab. So we already have this my agent tab, but inside our convex agent function, we need to add a query so that you can fetch it. So over here we'll say export constant get user agents, and then we need to write a query. But before that, we forgot one very important thing. As we created this agent, but we are not saving who created that agent. We need to save user information or user ID, user email, right? So under this agent table, let's add a user email, okay, because this is the unique, or you can even connect this with a user ID as well. So instead of user email, you can just use the user ID, and then you can say v dot ID, and then you can add the name of this user table. So here we'll say user table. So it will automatically connect this particular table with your user table. Okay. Now whenever you want to fetch, you can simply fetch it. Right now if I save this one and go to the convex, you will see this error, right? That's because we already have the record and it's not able to update your column. So basically what you need to do, first delete this table, sorry, delete that particular record, and then right now you will see now it's ready. If I refresh this, now it has the user ID as well. See, so that's how you need to add it. Now if I go to this agent, here you need to add the user ID as well, and that user ID you need to get from the arguments. So here we'll get this user ID as v.id, and you need to provide a table. Okay, and then you can pass this argument dot user ID. Don't forget, inside the create agent section you also need to pass this user ID. Now you can get this user ID from your context. So we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context. Okay, and then we'll say user detail context. Now inside the user detail we already have the user ID, so that you can get it using underscore ID. Okay, that we are passing. And let's test this out. So I will go back to our application, click on this create, and then we'll say trip planner, click create, and if you see we have this beautiful loader and it's get created with the ID, and then you navigate it as well. Okay, now if I go over here inside our database, you will see this agent ID and user ID which is connected to your user. See, perfect, right? Now obviously inside the schema, make sure you provided this table name correctly. Okay, and now inside this agent we can write a query to fetch all the agent related to that particular user. We are saving the each record with this user ID, so we know who created that particular agent, right? So basically now we can easily fetch all the record which belong to that particular user. So we need to get the user agents. Here we need to write a query, and then inside this query you need to pass an arguments. Obviously here we'll only get a user ID of type ID, and then provide the ID, the table name which belong to this particular ID. So that's the reason I gave the user table. Then pass handler, so which is similar like a mutation, but we want to fetch the query in this case, or we need to write a query. Here we'll pass a ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and then we need to provide a table name which is agent table because that's where we want to fetch. Then we need to add a filter option with q as q dot equal to, and then we'll say q dot fill, pass the fill name which is the user ID matches with the arguments dot user ID, and then we'll say collect all. Okay, also if you want to order this by descending order, so we'll say order by descending, as simple as that. Once we have the result, simply you need to return this result and then save it, and that's how you can get all the user agent. Now we already have the component to display the AI agent, right? So we have this AI agent tab, and in that we have this my agent. Click on this my agent. Now very first thing we need to do, we need to get a user detail. So here we say user detail is equal to use context, and then we'll say user detail context. Okay, and then save it. Now inside this user detail through this user detail context we'll get the user detail information, and from it we'll get a user ID. Now over here we'll write a method called constant get user detail, sorry, get user agents and the arrow function. Now we need to state to save this user AI, all the AI agents. So here we'll say agent list comma set agent list is equal to use state. Now we need to provide a type for this agent list as well. So we can define this type, but for now let's understand how to fetch the agents, as we already define the agent function to get all the agents. So first we'll define a constant called convex is equal to use convex. Okay, now we'll use this convex method to or use convex hook, okay, to initialize this convex, and then here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex, and then inside dot we'll say dot query, and then you need to pass this API endpoint which is agent dot get user agent, and then you need to pass an arguments. So over here you will see the user ID which we want to pass, which you can get it from the user detail underscore ID. Here we'll make it as async, and then I will console this result first. Okay, now this get user agent we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component load. Okay, but we have to make sure only when the user detail information is available. So that's the reason I'm passing the user detail inside the use effect, and whenever the user detail is available, this use effect will again execute, and then this get user agent will execute. Let's save it. Let's go back to our application. Let's test this out. So I will go back to the dashboard. Okay, so we got this use effect error because we need to make this component as client side, and go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and boom, if you see in my agent component we got the list because we only have one agent with a name trip planner with the ID and all of this information when it get created and all, right? Perfect. Now we need to save in a state. Obviously once you define this agent list state, right, it is in the JavaScript form, but we need to define a type over here. So in order to define a type, what we can do, we can create a common folder inside the root directory, and we can call it as a types. Inside the type, here we'll create a type called, let's say, for agents. So here we'll say agent type dot tsx, and then we'll say export const or export type, and then we'll give the name called agent. Then inside this we have different fields, right? For example, if I go over here, we have agent ID, name. So first we have underscore ID of type string, agent ID of type string, then we have config name publish. So we say config of type any, published of type boolean, then name of type string, then we have the user ID underscore creation time. So we have user ID of type string, and then we have underscore creation time. Perfect. So everything we added. Let's save this one. Now once you export this, because you have to export so that you can use it anywhere. So in this case, let's say you can simply add this agent and make sure you select this type, and this is array list, so I will pass something like this. And now over here you can set this agent list with a result, and that's what is different between the JavaScript and the TypeScript. You have to provide a type for each state whichever you mention. Now here we are getting errors saying the result. So over here I think we need to pass a type as a ID agent table, see, something like this, or you can simply copy everything as it is. I think that will be, I'm not sure, but let me hover on this one, and we need to pass ID with the agent table type. So if I go over here, and this ID we need to add it from the convex. Same thing we have to do it for the user ID. So when you hover on this one, right, you will get what is the actual issue and what the type it actually refer it for. So in this case, for example, user ID, it actually refer to this user table. So basically for this agent type, I will replace it with this one. And I think one more issue, let's see what's the another issue. Okay, also this creation type need to be a number, and this config of type any. Oh, so over here is a spelling mistake, so this need to be agent ID, and here as well as spelling mistake, I just got it, so this need to be published. And if you see, now we don't have any more error. Also for this agent list, initially I will pass it as empty as well, and now whenever you load, it will save inside our agent list. Now under this my agent, you just simply need to display it inside the card. Okay, so over here you can add a div again, and then we'll say agent list dot map. Here we'll say agent. Inside the agent we'll also add an index, and then we'll add a div, something like this. Oh, so this need to be not a curly braces, the circular braces you need to add. Then first you can show some kind of icon. Okay, so I will add this. Let's go to this lucid icon to find a better icon. Okay, I don't know for which which icon should we use for AI agent. I think let's use this git branch plus icon. So we'll say git branch plus icon. For this icon, let's add a class name. I will add a background yellow 100 for example. We'll add a padding to 1 and rounded corner small. Okay, let's save this one. Let's see how it looks on the screen. So this is how it looks. We'll also add some height. So height to 8, width to 8, little bit bigger, and we'll make this padding to 2. Then below that we wanted to show the name of the agent, so we'll say agent dot, and if you see, because of that TypeScript, you can easily see what are the field available, so we can easily select and you will not have any issue regarding this typo and all. For this div, let's add a key as an index as well, and this is the name it's displaying. That's cool. I will give margin top to, let's say, 3, some space. After this, we wanted to show when it actually get created, so that information we can show. But before that, for this div, let's add a padding to 3. Then we'll add a border with a rounded corner and little bit of shadow. Perfect. So on the larger screen, this is how it look like. But what we can do, we can add a grid. So we'll make it grid column 1 on the smaller screen, grid column 2 on medium screen, and on larger screen we can make grid column 3. Excel will make grid column 4 with a gap to 5. Obviously currently if you see, it's very smaller. Maybe we need to give width to full, and not only here but inside this page.tsx, inside this AI agent tab, if you see the width is 400, maybe we can change this width to full, and let me see. Okay, now it's look good. See, okay, and obviously it's a extra large screen, so that's the reason it only show a smaller size. But as soon as you change this size, see, perfect, it's changed, right? So it's a completely responsive as well. Now we need to show a time when it get created, like 23 days ago, 21 minutes ago, something like this, right? So for that one, we already have the creation time which we are using. So let me go back to our AI agent tab and in my agents, and inside this we'll add that time. So we'll add an h2 tag, and inside this we'll say agent dot underscore creation time. Currently if you see, this time is in the form of timestamp, and we need to convert into a proper format. Okay, so in order to convert it, we are going to use this moment.js library, which convert any time into any format which you want. Okay, So very first thing, you need to install this moment library. So let's go to our VS Code. Inside the terminal, simply install this moment library, and then once you install, I will import this using import moment from moment. Okay, and then you need to wrap your date inside the moment, something like this, and here you can say from now. Okay, so it will calculate automatically with the current date and when it get created. Now if I save this one, go back to your application, and boom, it's saying 31 minutes ago, right? So that's how it show the actual value. Perfect. Now I will add some styling to it. So we'll say text gray 400 and then margin top to 2. Perfect. So that's how you can display. Maybe over here you can add margin top to 5, or not here, maybe for this div only you can add some margin. Perfect. Now if I create a new agent, let's say we want to create this agent for AI email reply, and then say create. Obviously it will redirect it to that particular route. Okay, but if I go back, and then you will see the one which we created just now, and that's why it's saying a few seconds ago with the agent name, and then we have the beautiful preview as well. Now again, on the click of it, it will navigate to that particular route. We have to add on click method. So basically you can simply wrap this, or you can change this div to the link tag using next/link, which is similar like anchor tag. Okay, and then you need to add h reference to it. Here we'll say agent builder slash, and then the id. So we'll say agent dot underscore, sorry, not underscore but agent id, where we want to navigate, and then save it. If I go back and click on this, if you see, it's navigating to that agent builder with that agent id. So that's how we have to display your all the created agent as well. Very straightforward. Just you need to go step by step, follow each step. Okay, obviously I will put the eraser doc so you can follow each of these step, and in this way we also save agent id and name of the db, and then also we display all the created agent on the screen. Now in this chapter we are going to implement an AI agent builder screen where user can drag and drop the nodes, connect the node with each other to generate and create their own workflow. So also we're gonna learn how to integrate that with the help of React Flow, and then we are gonna add the header option. Now if you see on this mockup, this is how it look like. We have the header at the top, and then we want to add the drag and drop section. Okay, on the left hand side we have the available nodes and tool panel, which you can add it on this workspace or on the platform, and then you can even connect that one each, or what with one and with another one, right? On the click of any of the node, each node has their own setting. So we also have the node setting panel on the right hand side. Now everything we're gonna build it step by step. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and then we're gonna create a brand new route inside this app folder, and we call it as a agent builder. Inside this agent builder, we want to add a dynamic route because we have the agent id which will be the different for every time. So inside this square braces you have to add agent, or you can say agent id, something like this, and then we'll add page.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and then we'll rename this to agent builder, and then save it. Okay, let's go back to our application, and if I refresh this, it should not show a 404 error. And if you see, now we have this agent builder page loading. Perfect. Now very first thing, we want to add a header, so I will create a underscore component folder, and all the component which is related to this agent builder will keep inside this underscore component folder. Inside this we'll create a file called header.tsx, add a default template, and then this header we need to add over here. So we'll say header and save it. After this, inside this header we need to show the name of the agent, right? Obviously over here we need to get each agent information from the database, because we need to know what is the name of the agent and all of this information. So for now what I will do, I will just add a text called agent name. Okay, you can add a back button over here. So let's add a div tag, and here we'll say, let me check the lucid icon for the back icon. So here we'll have back, but I need something like, something like this, chevron left. So here we'll say chevron left. I will add a class name with a height to, let's say 8, width 8, and this is how it look like. And then we have the agent name. I will make it in one line, so I will make it flex with the item to be in the center. And then for this h2 tag, I will make this as Excel with a font bold. I will just keep the font as it is. Perfect. After that, for this complete div, we'll make it width full, but we need to add some padding. So we'll add a padding to 3. Perfect. And now obviously we need to replace with our actual agent name. Now on the right hand side we need to add some buttons. So over here we'll add another div. First button, I will add a code icon, button with a code icon. So over here we'll add icon something like this, and here we'll say code. So user can generate the code and he can easily integrate it. Okay, then I will change this variant to ghost. After this we'll add another button. So we'll say button, and here we'll add a play icon, and then we'll say preview, and another button with publish, and then save it. And these are the 3 icons are ready. Obviously we need to bring everything in one line, so we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, and then gap to 3, some space. Perfect. Now let's bring this on the one line. So for this div we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, and then we'll say justify between, so it will be on the right side. See, something like this. And that's how our header is ready. Okay, you can add a rounded corner, but I will keep it as it is. Now the next thing, we need to add a area where you can drag and drop, and for that one we are going to use a React Flow. React Flow is a it's kind of open source library, not really open source, but it is a library licensed by under MIT, where you can add this kind of node, you can customize it, and you can easily drag drop, and lot of other feature you will find it in this React Flow. Now if you know, recently OpenAI also launched their own AI agent builder, and they are also using this React Flow to add their own custom flow, something like this. Okay, and same thing we are going to implement. If you see, it's builded a custom node as well. So everything we're gonna learn, so don't worry. So very first thing, just go to this quick start guide, and inside this you need to install the React Flow first. So we'll copy this command, go back to your project, and then we'll install this. Now inside this agent builder we're gonna add this React Flow. So basically after installing this React Flow, make sure to install it. You need to add this import statement along with this to import actually for the React Flow. So let's copy that and we'll paste it here and then save it. Okay, then next step is to add this React Flow. Okay, and if you see, this div basically used to give width and height to this React Flow, which is very important. So I will copy that as it is and we'll paste it here. Now we need to provide a node for each React flow. Obviously you need to have at least one node, then edges between this node, and there are some methods as well. So first for this example, right, because we wanted to set up this React flow, we'll copy this initial node and the initial edges and let's paste it here. Now if you see, this initial nodes has a two node, okay, with their position with the xy numbers, and then data contains the label, okay. After that we have this initial edges which actually mention which node are connected together with their unique ID. Now after this we'll copy all the content as it is and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this use state and the use callback, and for this one we have to provide a type. Let's provide a type any for now. And if you carefully observe, we have this node state, and for this node state we pass this initial node and initial edges. Now for this React flow it has a on node change which actually help us which is a callback method which actually help to set the node whenever the node is changed. Same thing, we have the on edge change, and when node connected with the edge, then we have this on connect method as well. Okay, let's save everything and let's see how it looks. So if I go back to our application, right now we are getting error saying use state is not defined, use state we are using, so we have to mark this page as a use client or a client side. Now once you save, this is how it look like. See, where you can drag this node everywhere. See, because this we have this default two node, right, node 1 and node 2. Obviously if I drag this one, see, you can easily have option and you can connect this node as well. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add it. Now this node not look good. Obviously we are going to customize each of this node, okay. That also we're gonna learn how to customize node and add our own design to each of this node, okay. Now before that we also wanted to change this background. Currently background is white and not look so good, right? So we can even change the background of our React flow. So over here you can expand this React flow, and inside this React flow you can add a background. See, it's importing from the React flow only. Then you have to add a variant. Now you have different variant, but I will add it as a dots, and then you can give gap, how much gap you want between these dots, and then you can even provide a size. Here if you are getting this error, you can just ignore this using ts ignore, that is a TypeScript error maybe. So let's save this one, go back to your application, refresh it, and then boom, you will see this dot, and how beautiful now it's looking. Cool, right? There are a lot of different features you can check on this React flow. For example, one of the component which you can add is, for example, if you want to add a mini map, okay, from this React flow, and once you add that, you will see this mini map over here, okay, where if you change this, you will see this change as well. You can just change this height to, let's say, 90 vertical height. Let's say how it looks. I think this is much better. So you can see this mini map as well. And if you want to add your own controller, you can add a controller as well from this React flow, and this is how it looks. You can, if you want to lock this, you can lock it. You have option to zoom it out, you can zoom in, and all of this controller, that also you can add to your React flow workspace. So I hope you understand how easily we added this React flow and this node. This is just a basic setup, but later on we're gonna learn how to add a custom nodes, how to add this side panel on top of this React flow. Everything we're gonna learn. Now we learn how to create a custom node and then how to set up it with the React flow. Now on the React flow documentation, you will find an section called customization. Here you can customize nodes, handler, edges, and many more. make sure to select the node. Here it will guide you through how to create the custom node. Okay, very first thing, we need to create a component that how you want to show the node or the UI for that particular node, and then we need to initialize the node and then pass it to the React flow as a node type. As simple as that. Okay, so very first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside this component folder under the agent builder, or maybe inside the agent builder, we'll create a new folder called underscore custom nodes. Okay, so we'll keep all our nodes inside this folder. Then we'll create start node.tsx file, then add a default template and then save it. Now inside this node, whichever the UI you want to add, you can simply add that. Let's add a div. Inside this, I will add a play icon, for example, and then we'll add a h2 tag, we'll say start. Okay, and then save it. Once you save this one, obviously we're gonna customize this more by adding the style and everything, but for now let's consider that our component is ready. Next thing, you need to initialize this component. So copy this, and then inside your page.tsx file where we define this React flow, at the top you can define this node type, and here I will rename this to start node. Obviously we already created this component, so attach this start node to this node type. Once you define this node type, you need to attach this node type to this React flow. So over here it has a method called node types, and then make sure to pass it as a node types, and that's how you can set up. Now the next thing is to add it to your nodes. So you need to define a type for that node. Okay, so consider that you have this ID with a position, everything as it is, but along with this one you can provide a type, and then you have to provide which type of node you want to pass. So in this case I will say start node. Make sure it's a string format, and this type should match with this particular type, and then save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, and then you will see the start node. See, okay, now the start node, obviously we need to add some style. So let's go to the start node, and over here I will add a class name with a flex gap to 2 item to be in the center, and then we have this play button. Now for this play icon I will add a class name, we'll add a padding to 2, then we'll make a rounded, let's say large, and then we'll also give height to 8, width to 8, and then I'm gonna add some background. Okay, so let's add a background yellow 100. Okay, and then we have the start text as well. I think we can also add some background, so we'll say background white with a rounded to 2xl, padding to 2, and then you can add padding x to 2. Let's see how it looks. I think this is how it looks. You can add some border to it. Perfect. And this is our custom node. Let's add more padding x. Yeah, that's look good. So now once you add this your own custom node, obviously we need to give an option to attach to this node, right? If you see carefully, we have this dot, right, which will give you option to attach to the other one. Here you don't have any option, right? Now in order to add that option, let's add an handler. So inside this h2 tag you can say handle by the import from this React flow only, and to this handler you need to provide a type. Okay, now if you want to provide a source, because this is the source and then you can call it this is as a destination, that's why we have the two different points. You can provide as much you want. Now here I will provide a type as a source, and then you can mark the position as well. Where do you want this dot? On the right, left, top, bottom. So in this case I will say position dot top. See, you have position dot will say right. Okay, because we want to implement horizontally, and if you see now we have the dot, and then you can easily connect this to this node 2 as well. Here right now you are not able to connect. That's because we already have the connection defined, right? So that's the reason. But I hope you understand how to add this handler. Now if I add another handler and we call it as a destination, and we'll say position to left, you will see now you again have another handler. Okay, so that's how you have to add it. Right now obviously this start node I will add it as only one handler. Okay, so let's add one more handler, and sorry, one more custom node. So over here I will add agent node.tsx. Let's add a default template for it, save it. I will copy everything as it is for the agent node, and instead of this play icon I will add it as a, let's say, pointer. Then we'll add a handler, make sure to import this, and then I will name it as a agent. For this, make sure to import the position, and then I will add it as a right. I will add another handler with a destination, and then I will mark it as a left, because I will consider left as a destination and right as a source. This need to be a target instead of destination. Make sure to add a target. Okay, and now we have the another agent. Now let's go back to your page.tsx. You have to make sure inside the node type you will add this agent node, and make sure to import this agent node as well. And over here I will define that agent node. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, refresh this screen, and then you will see the node 2 as an agent node. See, and that's not only that, but we have it's also connected to each other. Okay, so quickly I'm gonna change the color, let's say green, light green, and this cursor pointer I'm gonna change this to, let's say, mouse pointer, something like this. See, and how beautifully it's look like. We have the start, we have the end. Okay, and obviously you have option to connect, you can option have disconnect, you can again connect this one, and all of this custom node is ready to use. Okay, now in a similar way we have to create a multiple different style of nodes that we're going to implement later on in this course. But in the whatever we learn in this chapter, make sure you understand it and then you are able to implement it. Okay, it's very straightforward. Just for each of this node, whatever type you want, you can create the component for it and then make sure to attach to this node type. And whenever you create or pass initial nodes along with their edges, you have to pass it as a type as well. So React Flow will understand, okay, this node is of type start node, whatever the node you mention. As we already understand how to create a custom node, now in this chapter we learn how to add a panel onto this React Flow, and then how to display all the agent tools, right? I'm going to show you how the mockup, how it actually looks. Then we're going to create a custom node for each of these agent. As we move in this particular course, we'll add extra new tools feature into this tool panel, and then we also going to implement add agent tool to the context, so that it will also get added to the React Flow, and so you can connect each node to the one another. So if I show this mockup, this is how our agent tool look like. Currently we are adding this agent in which it contains an AI model to connect and all. Then we have this end, if else, while, user approval, and API. As soon as you click on any of this node, it will get added to this workspace, the React Flow workspace, and then you can easily connect through these edges. I also added this tool in the form of JSON. Okay, it's an object list. So basically you can use this one. I'm going to tell you how to do it. Now first thing first, we need to add the panel, right? So in React Flow you can easily add this panel directly into your React Flow. So let's close all of this tab and go to your page.tsx inside this agent builder where we have this React Flow. Inside this we're gonna add a panel, and if you see, if you have to import it from the React Flow only. Inside this panel you need to define a position. So in this case we'll say position top left. See, and we are getting suggestion as well. And then here we need to add agent list panel. Same thing, you can add another panel for settings. Okay, and then for this one you can provide a position, and if you see we have different option. So in this case we want a top right corner. Okay, if I save this one, go back to our application, you will see these two panel, one over here agent list panel, another a setting. Perfect. Now we're gonna create a separate component to hold this panel. So under this component we'll say agent tools panel.tsx. Let's add a default template, and then this component we're gonna add inside this panel. So we'll say agent tools panel, as simple as that, and then save it. And here we go. Perfect. Now let's go to this agent tools panel, and inside this, first I will add a background white, then we'll add some padding, let's say padding to 5. I will also add rounded to 2xl with some shadow, and save it. Now next I will just go to this eraser doc, and from here we need to copy this agent tools which you want to display. So I will copy it and we'll paste it here, remove this tag, and then save it. Now we have this agent tools. Now make sure to import these all the icons. Okay, and I will explain you why we added all of this field as well. Now obviously you can add more tools, okay, inside this list. Now it has a name called agent with the icon for each of them. So if you see this mockup, you will understand much better. So each of these has this text, then the icon, right, the background color as well for each of them, and that's why we added the background color. And for a unique identification we added this id and the type which we needed when you adding this inside your page.tsx under the node type, right? So that's the reason we added using this type in the form of string. Perfect. Now we just need to iterate this all the node. So over here we'll say h2 tag and we'll say AI agent tools. For this one I will add a class name font semi bold, margin bottom to 4, and then I will make text gray, let's say 700. After this we'll add a div, and then we want to iterate this agent tools. So we'll say agent tools dot map tool comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, and very first I will add the icon. So we'll say tool dot icon, and this is a lucid icon, so that's the reason I added as a component. For this icon we'll add a class name with a padding to 2, and then rounded as a large. I will add a height to 8, width to 8, and in order to add a dynamic style, you can add directly inside the class name, or you can even use a style to add the dynamic background color. So we'll say bg color. Okay, for this div I will add a key as an index. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. And if you see, this is the list it look like. Beautiful. Now also we need to add a name of that each icon. So over here we'll add a h2 tag, and inside this we'll say tool dot name. Then inside the class name we'll say text smaller, font medium, and then text gray, let's say 700, and then save it. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex item to be in the center, gap to 3, then we'll also add some padding. So we'll say padding to 2. We want to add a cursor pointer when user hover on it. Also on hover we want to change the background, so we'll say background gray to 100, and we want to add some rounded corners, so we'll say rounded maybe XL, and then save it. Now if I hover on this one, you will see the background getting changed, and that's how our tools list is ready. How simple it is, right? And you can add more tools into this agent tool. You can group it together with some label, everything. You can do all the customization which you want. Now currently we only have agent node and start node, which is a custom node, but we can create each node separately for each of them. Okay, we'll do in a moment, but before that we'll learn on the click of it how we can add it on this React Flow workspace. Okay, so for that one, uh, if you remember, we have this initial node setup, right? We basically need to add whatever the node we selected inside these nodes. Okay, so for that one we're going to use a context so that you can update and get the information from the context from any component. So I will go to this context folder and we're going to create a new context called added nodes context.tsx, or we can say I will add just workflow context because this is a workflow that we user is adding, right? So we'll say workflow context. Over here we'll say export constant workflow context is equal to create context. Now if you provide null, that will be fine, okay, with the type any, and then save it. After this you need to wrap your provider in not provider but your agent builder inside this workflow context. So basically what I will do, I will go to this app and inside this provider.tsx you can wrap it. So over here we'll say workflow context dot provider with some default value and then save it. Now carefully observe these initial nodes. Now each node contain an ID, right? The position of the node, which is x and y axis, the data which contain a label, whatever the data you want to pass you can add inside this data, okay, and then a type, what are the type of that node if you are passing it as a custom node, otherwise you don't need to, but in this case we are passing custom node, so we have to provide a type. So these are the default value which you have to provide, okay, no matter what. Now let's go to this provider and let's define some default state. So over here we'll define a constant and then we'll say added node comma set added nodes is equal to use state. And what I will do, I will also add a default node into this one, only one default node with the ID. We'll say start, then we'll add a position of that node, so we'll say x to 0, y to 0, then I will add a data with the label, we'll say start only, okay, and you can provide a type as a start node, okay. So this is the default node I added. Along with that I'm also going to add a constant with a node age comma set node ages, I will say ages, okay, because we also wanted to save the ages. Currently we hard coded this value, right? So that's the reason I'm also making sure to pass these ages as well. Now once we have added nodes ages, pass this all the value to this provider, okay, so that you can update and get those value from any component, something like this, and then save it. Perfect. Now the next thing is, let's go to our agent tool panel, and inside this we're gonna add on click event. So over here we'll say on click and we're gonna call on agent tool click, and in that one we're gonna pass a tool, okay. Over here we'll create a method called constant with the tool and the arrow function. Now we need to define a type for this tool, so in this case this is the type, okay, so let's provide any for now, okay, and then save it. So inside this we'll create a constant with a new node is equal to let's provide an ID, because in the same format we have to initialize the node, means we have to provide some value. So over here simply I will add tool.id because we have the ID, and for a unique identifier, because each node we have to mark it as unique, I will simply add a timestamp. So here we'll say date.now. Okay, so it means, for example, if it's an agent tool, so we'll say agent dash and date, okay, which is in the form of string only. Then you need to add a position. Now for the position you can add x to 0, y to 100. Then we need to add a data. Now for the data you can add a label, because label is important. Inside the label you can say tool dot name. Along with that one you can pass all the fields from the tool. Okay, obviously tool contain the selected field. For example, if you just select agent, then obviously we have this all of this field. Okay, it doesn't harm. Okay, it's better to pass those value. After that you need to provide a type that you can get it from the tool dot type. That is again very important. Once you have the new node, then you need to add this node inside a context which we just created. So basically we'll define a constant. Here we'll say added nodes comma set added nodes is equal to use context, and then we'll say workflow context, and then we'll set this node. But make sure obviously you need to keep the previous node as well. So we'll say previous of type any is equal to dot 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 previous node along with the new node which you want to add. As simple as that, and then save it. Now once you added all the nodes to the context, right, whichever you selected, we have to make sure it is getting displayed on the React flow. It means we need to update this set node as well. So right now I will remove this initial node because we no longer need it, right? And over here as well I will remove this initial node, initial edges as well, because that also we don't need. But here we'll define a use effect. Before that let's define that context. So let's copy this and we'll paste it here, and make sure to import this context, use context as well. And then inside the use effect we have to add this added. If added nodes is there, then make sure to add it to this node. So here we'll say added nodes. Okay, and make sure to execute this use effect whenever the added nodes are present. Currently we have this error because the nodes are undefined. Okay, maybe you can pass empty string. And for the edges I think we don't have edges. So over here right now I'll just ignore this. So here we'll set ts ignore and we'll fix in a moment. But for now let's save everything. Let's go back, let's refresh this screen, and right now if you see we have this default node called start. Okay, now let's add this agent node, and boom, if you see the agent node get added, and then you can easily connect this node. Pretty cool, right? Same way you can add as much as node you want. For example, n node, we don't have a custom node for n, that's why it default node it's showing. But if you observe one thing, if I move this here something like this and add a new node, it's resetting all the position. That's because we are not updating the position inside the context when the node changes, right? When we move this node, right, it call this on node change method and it's just updating the nodes, but it's not updating the context. It means we have to make sure it will also update the context. So it's very straightforward. So basically let's wrap this inside the curly braces. Okay, oh my bad, not this one. We have to wrap. Let me undo this, or let me bring this down. So we have to wrap in this one in a curly braces. something like this. Okay, and here we'll say constant updated. Okay, obviously it will update this node change. Then we'll set added nodes with the updated one, and the last is we have to return this updated, so we will not get this error. Okay, and inside the square bracket we'll add set added nodes. So basically when the set added nodes call, it will apply a node change, it will return some whatever the changes which made, and that is we need to update inside the added nodes, which contain all the nodes change inside this updated one. Okay, so that's the reason we did it. And now if I move this over here, let's add in, and if you see, nothing get changed and all the position remaining same. It means our context is updating as expected. Now after this we also wanted to save the edges, which is nothing but the connection between these two nodes. That is very important in order to execute the workflow once user finish building it. As you know that we already added this node edges, right? Inside the provider we are passing that to our provider as well, and just we need to get it over here inside this context. You can get as much state you want in the same context. Now once you have node edges, you can define either in the same way, or another approach you can follow is go to the use effect, and inside the use effect whenever the edges change, because we are already saving these edges, and here we'll say if edges is there, then set node edges with the edges, because node edges is our context state, right? And that's how you can define it. Also for your testing purpose, I'm also going to console these edges and then save it. Okay, currently if I go to the console and clean this out, if you see we don't have any edges, right? But as soon as we connect these edges, you will see inside the console we have id. Inside this id, it basically define the starting node and the ending node. Obviously the source which help us to define, okay, this is a start point and this is a target node. Okay, and obviously if you add more node into this one, let's add this end node for example, and if you connect this end node, then you will see the second connection. Inside the second connection again we have source and the target. Pretty cool, right? And from this flow you can easily create a complete end-to-end workflow, guys. That is again very important, that I'm going to tell you as we move forward in this course. But for now make sure to update the nodes. Now once you update this node, we also need to make sure it will add it to the edges. So similar like this one, let's add if node edges, then we'll say set edges with the node edges. So let me refresh it and let's start from the scratch. So we have the start node, we'll add this agent node, we'll connect this agent and start node, then we'll add end node, and then we'll connect this agent to the end node. Perfect. And now we have the flow. Okay, cool, right? So that's how you have to update it. Now next we'll understand how we can save this workflow along with the edges, and then how to retrieve back. Okay, now whatever node or edges we added, let's store it into our database. So later on whenever you come on to this agent builder project, it will automatically fetch all the details, so you don't need to add this every time, right? So let's go back to our page.tsx and we're going to create a method. So maybe after this we'll create a constant save nodes and edges. So here we say node and edges like this. Now obviously inside the schema file we need to add few more columns inside this agent table. We already have this config, but along with this now we'll say nodes of type, you can say any, and also edges of type any. as simple as that. Oh, it just need to be a v.any. Currently our convex function might fail, okay, if you scroll down, because we already have one record or maybe two records inside our convex database. So that's why it's not able to add two new columns. So I will delete both these records, and then if you see, now our convex function is ready. Perfect. Next we need to write let's write a convex function to update the table. So we'll go to this agents, and inside this we'll add it. Okay, one more thing, inside the schema, make sure we'll make this as an optional field. So we'll make it as an optional, so we'll not get this. We don't need to add very initially, right? So that's the reason we are making this as an optional field. Now before that, we need to understand how to fetch the selected project. Currently if you see, we are on this particular agent record, right? And inside this agent record we need to fetch some basic information from the database. We did not fetch it, and that's why we are still showing this agent name. So let's go back and let's create inside the schema file. We'll create, not inside the schema but inside this convex agent function, we'll write a query to fetch that record. So here we'll say export constant, and we'll say get agent by id is equal to query, and then we'll get the arguments using this agent id, and which is of type string. After this, I think that's all we needed. Then we'll add a handler with async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now I will copy this similar way, okay, because there is not that much change. But in this case, instead of passing user id, we're gonna search with the agent id, and then here as well we'll get the agent. Obviously inside the result it will be the list, so you just need to return result of 0, because every time it will only fetch the one record. Now once we have this get agent by id defined, let's go to the page.tsx, and before anything else, obviously we need to fetch the records. So before that, let's define a convex. So here we'll say define a convex is equal to use convex, so that we'll write a method called, let's create over here, we'll say get agent info or agent details, and inside this get agent details we'll simply say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, provide the query name which is api dot agent dot get agent by id, and then inside this, if you see, we need to pass agent id. Now obviously this is the agent id we need to pass, so we need to get this parameter first using this params. Here we need to pass agent id as a params is equal to use params. Okay, make sure this folder name should match with this parameter name. Okay, and then you can simply pass this agent id. I'll make this as async. So over here, okay, so we need to pass it as a string, I think. Okay, and here we have this agent id we are passing. Now this get agent detail we need to call inside the use effect. Okay, let's check this out first. I will just console the result and then we'll save in a state. Okay, right now if you see in our database we don't have any agent record, so what we can do, we can go to the dashboard and we'll create a new agent now. So I will create a new agent, so we'll say travel planner. Let's create it. Right now if you see, we created this new agent. Now inside the console we'll got the object, and if you see on line page 36 we got all the agent information. Cool, right? Now this agent information detail, that record detail, we need to save in a state. So we'll say project, not project, agent detail comma set agent detail is equal to use state. And we already define a type, right? So from the agent type, so I'm giving that type as well, and then over here we'll set that result. Okay, now inside this agent detail I will also update some type. So now we have a type called nodes of type any, and then edges of type any as well. Perfect. Now we have the agent detail information. You can pass this agent detail information to the header. So here we'll say agent detail, something like this, and then I will go to this header. First let's define a type props agent, and we'll pass it as agent. This need to be agent detail actually, and then here I will define it as a props, and from the agent detail you can get the name. So here we'll say agent detail dot name. Over here it might be undefined, it's saying, so I don't know why it's showing something like this. Or let's add undefined option over here. Perfect. Let's save it, and now if you see, our agent name is also displaying. Whenever you create a new agent and redirect to this page, it will also show the agent name. Okay, now coming back to our previous very starting point is to update all the node and edges as soon as user added to our React flow, right? So for that one we already created this method, correct? But inside our convex agent schema we need to create a query to update the records, correct? So over here we'll create export constant update agent detail is equal to, and inside this update comes under a mutation, so we'll write a mutation. Then the record id, obviously record id we'll get it. Obviously we need to get all the arguments. So first get an id of type id, and then here we need to mention it as a agent table. So this agent table we need to mention. Then in this update we need to add a nodes. Okay, so I will define a type any, and then edges of type any. Later on if we need it we can add more fields into this one. Then add a handler with async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Oh, the name need to be args. Perfect. Now inside the handler we need to write a query to update it. So here we'll say await ctx dot db dot patch. Okay, patch will update that record. So inside the patch you need to pass an arguments dot id, and then you need the value which you want to update. So in this case let's say you want to update the edges, so you can pass argument dot edges. Then you want to pass nodes arguments dot nodes. Okay, so whenever we make change it will automatically update to our database as well. I think that's all we need to do. Now once you have this update agent detail mutation ready, let's head back to our page.tsx file and let's define this mutation. So we'll say constant update agent detail is equal to use mutation, and then you can define api.agent.update agent detail. Let's scroll down, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await update agent detail, and then simply pass your value. Now inside the id you need to pass a record id which is inside the agent detail dot underscore id. Then for edges you can get it from the edges which we have, and then for nodes you can pass a nodes. as simple as that. Let's mark this as async, and here I will pass it as a, let's pass it as a string. I don't know why we are getting this error, or simply you can just add ts ignore over here. Perfect. If you want, you can console this result, and then this save nodes and edges you can simply call inside the use effect. So over here we'll define a use effect, and whenever nodes or edges changes, then we're gonna call this save node edges component. Okay, only when nodes and or we can say or edges, and we can wrap it something like this. Perfect. And let's save this one. Now if I refresh this screen, okay, and let's add an agent as well, and then connect this start an agent. Now if I go back, currently we have this node, see, and inside the node we have this node called start node. I don't know why the agent node is not get added. Let's see inside the inspect panel if there is any error. The problem with this use effect currently sometimes is not working because node and edges changes many times, and every time this use effect is executing and making an update operation. That's not a good way to update it, right? So I will comment this out. So the another approach is you can add and save button maybe on this dashboard, or maybe on this header, and on the click of save you can make a call to this save node and edges method. Okay, to add this save button we can add it as a floating button over here, so we can use the panel for it. So if I go over here, let's add a panel, and you can mention the position as bottom, I think we can say bottom center, and then we can add a button inside this, and we'll say save. Something like this, see. Okay, so it will be floating over there. Now on the click of this save we have to call that method, so we'll say on click, and then we'll click on this save node and edges and save it. Perfect. Over here instead of edges we can add our not add but our added nodes. Oh, this need to be added, and add nodes. I think that will be work. So let's test this out. So right now if I click save and go over here, let me refresh this. Now nodes is getting updated but not with the second node. It means there is some issue. Let's see this error. Oh, the problem with this one here, this be a node edges. Okay, so maybe that's the reason it was not working. Now let's click save. Now again we have error that start with dollar which is reserved. That's interesting. The issue over here while saving that, it's saying that uncaught field name dollar type of start with this blah 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 which is reserved, right? So when we save the data, inside the data we are saving id, label, and all of these things, right? Here by mistakenly we are saving this icon and all, right, which is of component, so which is not basically allowed. So inside our agent tool panel, when we save all the field from the tool, right, it also saving this component which we don't want. So basically let's not add that, and let's add other field. For example, if you want to add bg color, you can say tool dot bg color. Then I will also add id and type. So tool dot id and then tool dot type for the type. Okay, I think that's all we needed. Let's refresh it again and then test this out. So I will add an agent. Let's connect both the agent. let me close this error and then save it. Now if you see, it gets saved without any error. Now if I go back over here, you will see the edges, okay, which is connected. And not only that, now you will see two nodes as well. In the first node, which is start node, and the second node which we added, obviously which contain a lot of data, and the position also different. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to add edges and node, and you can add as many add edges and node you want. For example, you want to add another agent which you want to connect something like this with the end, and here I will connect, and when we click save, it will get saved. Now you will see multiple edges and then multiple nodes. Okay, that is very important. Now going back over here, as soon as you click save, we have to make sure we can show some kind of toast notification, so that user will get to know, okay, the data is really get saved. So for that one, first let's go to the layout. So let me close all of this tab and we'll go to the root layout. So inside the layout.tsx file, over here let's add a toaster component, okay, from this component UI sonar. And then once you add this toaster, which will show the toast message, go to your agent id page.tsx, and whenever you save it, just say toast.success and we'll say saved. Okay, now if I click save, or let me refresh this because we updated the layout, right? And if I connect this and click save, see, you got this toast notification as well. Perfect. Now another important thing, when we refresh this, see, it's not fetching the data. Actually it's fetching the data, but we are not updating our states, right? Because we are getting that inside the agent detail, but we have to make sure it will update to our state as well. Now to do that, simply inside this use effect, we need to write a logic. So basically here we'll say if agent detail is there, right, and we'll add else condition if you need it, but for now, if agent detail is there, then we'll set the node. So here we'll say set nodes with agent detail dot nodes, and then set edges with agent detail dot edges. Along with that one, we have to make sure we also need to update added nodes with this agent detail dot nodes, and then our node edges with agent detail dot edges. Okay, this will, we can just use it if there is no agent detail information. Okay, if you don't add this one, I think that will be fine. Okay, let's save this one first and let's go over here, refresh the screen, and I think I don't see anything over here. Oh, so over here we need to change this to agent detail. Okay, so we have an error saying agent or added node is not a function. Or this need to be a set added nodes and set node edges. My bad. So let's save this one and boom. If you see, this is the previous one which we saved it, right? Now for consider, we added this end node as well. Oh, somehow it's not getting added. So over here we have to update this added nodes. I think it's better we can also create and keep this previous logic. Okay, so here we'll say added nodes is there, then we'll say if added nodes, then set nodes with the added nodes. So let me add this end, yeah, and now if I connect this end, save this one, refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, our flow is still there. Okay, so that's how we have to save it and retrieve it from the database. Just follow the step-by-step guide, guys. Okay, you don't need to be confused. It is very important to follow step-by-step guide. If you face any issue, any doubt, you can always refer the source code, ask the question on Discord channel. All the link is in the description of this video, so that you can access all the sources which is needed to build this application. Now in this chapter, we are just going to implement a multiple custom nodes. So we already have start and my agent node, but along with this one, we are going to create a few more nodes like for end node, which will stop the execution. Okay. Then if else node for the if and else condition, the while node, if you want to keep uh, your flow in certain loop for certain time, the user approval node, whether you want to approve or reject for further execution, and the API node if you want to fetch any specific data from the API. And these are the mockup design for this particular node. Okay, and all of this node is a custom one. So let's go back and create all of this node one by one. As you know that we already created this start node. Let's move the start node inside this custom node and the agent node as well as a custom node, and make sure to update all the import statement. Okay, and then save it. Now I will just verify that everything is working as expected. Now if I refresh it, currently we have all of this node. Let me delete it and let's add agent, and if you see, I can able to add it. Perfect. Now let's go back and let's create a new node called in node.tsx. Add a default template and then save it. And once you add this in node inside our page.tsx where we define this node type, make sure to add this in node as well, because we need to inform to the React flow that okay, these are the node available, which is a custom node, right? Now once you add this in node, obviously we need to customize it. So similar like a start node, I'm just going to copy everything as it is and then I'm gonna paste it here. Now make sure for this one I will add square as an icon. This need to be an end node, and then for the end node we need to add a handler. Now for the end node, if you carefully observe the mockup, we only need to add the target. I think this is target, yeah, the target handler. Okay, and so over here we'll say target, make sure to import the position and that node to be a left. Okay, now let's save this one, and now this is how it should look like. Now one more important thing we need to consider that currently we hard coded this background color, but you can accept a data of type any, you can pass, and then inside this data we have the background color as well. So let me show you that. So inside this agent tool panel, once you add this, you will get this BG color, and that BG color you can simply pass. So I will add a style, and then we'll say background color will be data dot bg color, and obviously you can remove this and then save it. Now if I go back and add this end, you will see it's changed to that particular color. Also now it's custom, and then we also have this target handler, so you can even connect these to each other, see. Okay, and once you save it, it will also get saved. So if I refresh it, now you will see the end node as well. Now same thing we are going to implement for the if else loop, but for if else node, if you carefully observe, we have this target handler, and then we have two different source handler, right? Now for these two different source handler, if you carefully observe the position, right? But first let's implement this node. So I'm gonna add if else node now. So we'll say if else node.tsx, add a default template. Now make sure inside your page.tsx under this node type, we'll add if else node. And then we also need to make sure the type for this if else node, this need to be same. Okay, or you can put the ID. I will keep, or you can keep ID as it is, but type need to be if else node only. Okay, it should match actually. Now let's go to this if else node, and over here I will accept the data. So basically it will give you this information. Now inside this we'll add a div and then we'll add an icon. Let's add a merge icon for example. Then we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say if else node, which is a text. Now if I save this one, and you can obviously view this by adding this node if else, this is how it looks for now. Obviously you want text in one line, so for this div I will make it flex gap to 2. For this merge icon obviously we want a similar kind of styling, so I will just copy the styling just to keep it everywhere similar. And for the style, so I will add a style with a background color as data.bg color. Okay, now we have this color, we have this else, if else, I will make this item to be in the center. Now after this div I will add another div, and inside this we'll add an input tag. Okay, inside this input tag we'll add a placeholder, we'll say if condition, and we'll add another input tag for else condition. Okay, now obviously the width is too much, so for this input, or maybe for this div we can add a class name. We'll add minimum, or we can add max width to 140 pixel. Let's see how it looks. Perfect, so this is how it look like. Okay, and then over here we'll make it flex column and gap to 2. For this input you can add a class name with a text smaller. Okay, and same thing I'm going to implement for this one as well. Now we want to disable this because we don't want to insert this value, so basically we will add it as a disable, and for this one as well we'll mark it as a disable. Okay, you can even change this background to white, so that's look good. See, I don't know whether the background is really white or not. And we're gonna provide some value as well, some default value. So here we'll say value, or we'll keep we'll set the value later on once we have some proper data. Now let's save this one for now, and over here we'll give margin top to 2, some space, and then let's add a border. So from the end node I will add this condition. So here we'll add a class name with a background white rounded to 2xl, and then our if else condition is ready. Now obviously we need to add a handler, so outside of div we'll add a handler. So we'll say handle, and to this handle we need to add a type. Now first type is a source. Okay, obviously you need to give the position for this handle, so we'll say position dot left. Okay, and if I save it, we have this source handle. Now we want two more handle, so one for the target. Obviously both are for, we want for the target, but we need to change this position, so we'll say right because we want at the right side, right? And we have this. Now there are two handle, one behind this one, right? So we need to make sure this both this target handle is a different, right? So you need to provide an ID for this one. So here we'll say ID if, and for this one I will say ID as else. Okay, and you can even add a style for this handle, so we'll say style, and inside this style you can say handle style. You can define at the top so that you can change it anytime. So we'll say constant handle style, and then we'll say top to let's say 110. Okay, so we are just giving some space, and once you mention you will see the two different handle. Okay, obviously for both this handler we have the different connection as well. Now for example, if I have this agent which I connected to this if else, I don't know why it's not connecting, but let me connect later on. But over here if you see, I can connect this to agent, somehow it's not get connected. Let's add end agent. Okay, so we need to see why it's not getting connected. Okay, so that's the reason that's not working, because we by mistakenly give the different type. So this need to be a target and this need to be a source. Okay, so now if you see, now it will get connected to each other. Okay, let me refresh this, because once you add a handler, sometimes you need to give or you need to refresh it. So if I add if else and if I connect it, see, it's get connected. Let's add end for example, and now if I get connected, see, I can able to connect, right? Because you cannot connect source to source, you have to connect source to target or target to source likewise. So that's the reason. And now this is how our if else node is ready. Now let's add a while node. In the while node, just you need one condition to add, right? So let's implement that, and let me show you mockup how it look like first. So in the while loop, just one condition. Okay, so you can even copy if else, and then you can just modify that. So here we'll say while node.tsx, add a default template, and then make sure inside your page.tsx you will update this while node as well. Now I will go to this if else, I will copy this div as it is and we'll paste it here. Obviously this need to be different, so I will add a repeat, add a data as well. Then we just need one input, and here we'll change this to while condition. Make sure to insert this import statement. Here you need an handle for the target. Make sure to import all these import statements. Remove this source because we only want one source, and you don't need to give ID for this one. Perfect. And then save it. Once you save, let's go back to your application. Make sure to import this while. Okay, I think we forgot to rename this. So here we'll say while. Perfect. And this how our while is now ready. Obviously you can connect this one, and then you can connect something like this. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you have to connect, and that's how our while node is also ready. The last important node that is remaining, not last but second last I think, which is an user approval node. So for the user approval, I will create a file called user approval node.tsx, add a default template. I will make sure it will be added to this user approval node, and then I will simply copy same if else UI. Okay, oops, sorry, and then over here we'll say thumbs up as an icon. Make sure to import the data or we type any. Now instead of this input, I'm going to add a button. Okay, and for this button here we'll say approve. Also I will provide a variant as outline. This need to be a variant actually, and along with this one I will disable this button. Okay, I will copy paste it one more time. For the reject, again the variant I will keep it as a outline only. You don't need to provide I'm not sure whether we need to provide this maximum width, but let's add as it is. Let's keep the handler. Okay, and obviously we need two handlers, so that's the reason I'm keeping this source handler as well. You need to add a handle style, so I will just copy this handle style from here, and instead of this ID I will change this to approve, and then ID as reject. And if I go back, let's add user approval. Okay, so I don't think so it's get connected. Let's go to our agent tool panel, and if you see the ID, this ID need to be similar like this one, user approval node. Not ID, the type I think we need. Okay, and now if I refresh this, add a user approval, it's get added, but I think we forgot to change the name for the user approval node. So this need to be user approval. Now if I add this one, now if you see, we have this button approve reject, and then you have option to connect as well. And that's how our user approval node is also ready. Now the last but not least is an API node.tsx. Let's add a default template. Now API node is similar to the while node, okay, because or you can keep it like simple agent like node, okay. So I will go to this agent node, I will copy that and will paste it inside this API node. Over here I will add an icon like webhook. I will change this to API, and then I will update this handle as well and make sure to import for the position. Okay, I will accept the data of type any, and then we can change this background, the background color with data.bg color. Let's save everything. Now make sure inside your page.tsx you added this API node as API node and then save it. Now if I add this API node, see, your API node is ready. Perfect. Now for this agent node and API node, there is a quick small change I'm going to make. Basically I'm going to add a p tag, and here we'll say API, okay, and inside the class name we'll say text access text gray, let's say 500, okay, and we want in the form of column, so I will make it flex column. Okay, so you have an option to change this text, but okay, but this need to be fixed. And same thing I'm going to update for agent. So if I go to this agent node, let's paste it here, this need to be an agent and this need to be an agent. Okay, the reason is you can give whatever value or to this agent, right? But obviously we need to inform to the user, okay, this is the agent, so this is the fixed value, but this is a changeable. That I'm going to tell you how to do it, but for now make sure to add this update. Okay, and that's conclude our all the nodes are ready. Now the interesting part is you know how to create the custom node, and you can create unlimited AI agent node, okay, or customized node, so that you can add more feature to your agent builder. In this chapter, we'll understand how to execute the workflow, how it actually works once you build the workflow inside our agent builder. Then we need to create a node setting panel. Once you select any node, obviously that node need have some settings, and we'll learn how to create agent setting so that you can easily create a setting for other nodes. So let's go to this workflow diagram, and currently let's take a simple example. Once you have this start node which is connected to the agent node and then connected to the end node, this is the just single easiest flow which you can build directly inside the agent builder. Later on we're gonna obviously see how the complicated agent builder's workflow will work, but for now, in order to understand much better way, that's why I kept this simple example. Inside this, once user enter your user input after the start, this user input we need to pass to the AI model. Now this AI model contain the AI settings, right? Obviously that setting panel we need to implement, and then once the AI model generate the output, that output will gonna pass to the end, and this end have an option to format the schema or show whatever the output generated by the AI model. As simple as that. Okay, and that is how it works. But if you carefully observe, each node need an input from the previous node. So in this case, from the start node. In the end as well, you can get the output generated with this AI model as an input to this end model, or you can have option to get this user input and display it at the end, right? So it means we need to save each user output or input generated by this node. Okay, so while implementing this complete logic, we need to understand and keep in mind that we need an output generated by each node. Now uh, let's understand how this agent panel will look like. Now once you select any node, for example in this case if I select the agent, this is how we are showing a setting panel where you have option to enter the name, instruction, chart history, you can select the model and output format. Obviously this setting now belong to only this agent. For if else, the setting fields might be different. Obviously each node has different setting, but the node which has same category, like in this case the agent or this agent, it will display the same setting panel. Okay, now let's start implementing it. As you know that we already implemented this workflow logic. So let's go back to our application, and inside this we're gonna add a new component called setting panel.tsx. Let's add a default template for this setting panel, and then this setting panel you need to add inside this panel. Currently we just give the name setting, so I will replace this with a setting panel inside the React flow. Now if I go back, you will see this settings option. If I refresh it, it might see like setting panel, see, okay, something like this. Next, inside the setting panel, let's add a class name with a padding to 5. Here we'll give a background white with a rounded 2xl, and we can give a specific width, let's say width to 400 pixel, or let's make 350. Perfect. And if you want, you can add little bit of shadow to it. Yeah, that's look much better. Now next thing, we need to add and display the setting panel for each selected nodes. Obviously we need to get the selected node first. Okay, now in order to hold the selected node, we need a context, right, so that you can use it anywhere. So I will go to our provider where we already have this workflow context provider, right? Inside this I'm gonna create a constant. Here we'll say selected node comma set selected node is equal to use state, and you can define a type for this one. So type will be similar like this. Okay, so what I will do inside our type folder, so let's go to the type folder, or let's put any for now. Okay, just later on you can replace that one, and then this selected node and set selected node you can pass to this workflow context provider like this. Okay, also along with this one you need to wrap your children inside the React flow provider, okay, in order to get the callback of selected node. Okay, first let's wrap it, then I will tell you why it's needed. Now let's go back to your page.tsx file, and inside this page.tsx file, obviously on the click of any node, it means on node change, we need to save the selected node information. So obviously I will get the context, so here we say set selected node. Okay, obviously which help us to set the value for the selected node. Now this React flow will have a hook called use on selection change, and that's the reason we need that provider. Okay, so that we can access this hook, and inside this we'll say on change, and then we're gonna call method called on node select. Okay, we'll create this method. Obviously it's a callback method, so we'll say let's say constant on select node is equal to use callback, and then inside this we'll add nodes comma edges colon and give a type called on selection change params. Okay, maybe okay, this need to be an on selection change params, and then the arrow function. Now if you give the control space, or then you can get this suggestion to import this value. Okay, so which is the type for this node, and all, and obviously don't forget to use empty array because you are using a callback. And here you can simply add set selected node and then nodes value. Obviously it will return the list, but you just need a first value. Okay, same thing if you want to deal with the edges, you can also save the edges as a selected edges, but for now we just need an information related to the node and then save it. Now we have the selected node, but inside the console I wanted to show what are the value will be inside these nodes. Right now if I go to the inspect panel, let me delete all of this node for now and we'll just keep this end node. Okay, now if I go and in the console, once you select any of this node, you will see the selected node information. In that one we have the data, whichever data we saved, then the ID of that node, its position, the type, and whether it's selected or not. Okay, perfect. Now once user select any of this node, right, from the type we'll get to know whether this node is of what type, right? So over here, now let's go back to our VS Code, and inside this setting panel we can get a constant selected node is equal to use context, and then here we'll say selected node, sorry, not selected node, a workflow context, because inside that we have this selected node. Now depends on the selected node type, we can just switch the setting panel. Okay, so what I'm going to do inside our agent builder, I'm going to create a new folder called underscore setting or node settings. Here we say node settings. Inside the node setting, let's say you want to add agent settings.tsx file, add a default template, and then depends on this type. So here we'll say type is equal to agent node. Then we wanted to show agent setting, as simple as that. Right now if I go back to our application, you will see if I select agent setting, it show me the agent setting, otherwise it will not show anything. If I select something like this, then only it shows. Okay, you can just hide this panel if there is a no node selected. So here I will say if selected node is there, then only show this panel. Say perfect. Now once you have the agent setting, obviously make sure whatever the selected node information you have, just pass to this agent setting. So here we'll say selected node and then simply pass it. Inside the agent setting, you can get this selected node and then provide a type, let's say any. Okay, and save everything. Now we have the selected node information. Now as per this UI mockup, let me open this mockup. So we have to add this field. The first, which is the label, the text, okay, which is just a description, but the main important thing, the name with the field, instruction with the text area, and obviously name you can give any name for your agent, the instruction you can give any instruction, and then some more option. So let's implement one by one. So very first thing here we'll say h2 tag, we'll say agent. Inside the p tag, we'll simply add call the model with your instruction. So here we'll say call the model with your instruction, and or you can say call the AI model with your instruction. For this h2 tag, we'll change this font, we'll say font bold. Over here we'll add text gray 500, margin top to 2, and then save it. And if I go over here, this is how it look like. Then we'll add a div with a label. Make sure to import this label from this component, and then here we'll say name. Then we'll add an input with a placeholder as agent name. Then I think that's all we needed, but for this div, let's add margin top to 3, some space, and then space y to 1. Now here is an important thing. We also need to set the form data, okay, later on, because we need to capture all the entered value. But before that, we'll implement the UI first. We'll copy this div again for the instruction. Over here, we'll add instruction as a placeholder, but make sure to change this to a text area. Make sure you are importing this text area from the shared scene, and this is how it look like. Then just below the text area, I want to add an h2 tag, and here uh, we'll say add context, okay, and maybe you can add some icon to this one. Here we'll say file JSON as an icon, and to this icon I'm gonna give a class name, let's say 2 width to 2. Let's save this one. Oh, that's too small, let's make it 3. And for this h2 tag, we'll change this to small with a padding 1, and we want everything in one line, so we'll make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center. Okay, basically on the click of this one, we wanted to give option to enter previous selected value. Okay, that we'll implement later on, but for now make sure to add this option here. I think that's all we need it for now. Let's add another div. Now this div will hold whether you want to add the chart history or not. Okay, so basically here we'll say include chart history, okay, and then instead of this text area and all, we'll simply add a switch component from the shared scene. Now to this switch component, you can add a check. For now, let's say true, okay, and then we'll add a method to save that. Let's go back and let's see how it looks. Let's bring everything in one line. So here we'll make it flex, gap, and justify between, item to be in the center. Here we don't need this space y, and then save it. Then we want to add a model selection. So for this, we'll add a div with a label as model, and then we want to add a select drop down. So you can add select drop down component. So inside this, we can add select trigger, and then inside this we'll say selected value, or we have just select value. You can get it from the shared scene documentation for the example. Here inside the select value, you can add a placeholder. We'll say Gemini 1.5 for example, flash, or this need to be something flash 1.5. I will change this. Okay, this is just for the UI for right now. After this, we want to add select content, and inside the select content, we'll add select item. Now each item we need to provide Gemini flash, for example 1.5. Make sure for select item you need to provide a value. Okay, this value nothing but the model ID, you can say. Now I will copy paste this few more times. Okay, here we'll say for example pro 2.0, and later on we can replace it, but for now I will keep as it is. Here as well we can say pro and 2.0. okay, let's see how it looks. So this is how it look like, but we want that in one line. Over here I will add a margin top to 3, then flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. So I think we imported the select content from the wrong import statement, so make sure you are importing from the correct, and then you will see this beautiful drop down. Perfect. Then we want output format. Now for this output format, instead of the drop down, I'm gonna use a tab. Okay, if it's text, you don't need to do anything, but if user selected as a let's say JSON, then we can give option to the user to add a schema. Okay, so over here we'll add a div, then we'll add a label, we'll say output format, and then I will go to the shared CN. So let's go to the shared CN for the dialog, not dialog, for the tab, and then this is how it look like, right? That's what we want. So copy this import statement first, and then we'll copy the content. Perfect. Now just replace this. Here we'll say text, JSON, again text, JSON. This is the value which help us to turn on that content, and by default it will be text. Let's save this one. Let's go back, and if you see, we have the text and JSON format. Let me bring this in one line. So let's see how it looks. And here maybe we can say width full. I don't think so that's look good. So let's keep it as it is. Okay, just I will give margin top to 3 and then space y to 2 let, and then you have option. Okay, for text you don't need to do anything. So here say output will be text, and then if you user select the JSON, then you can add a label. Here will say enter JSON schema, and then inside the text area we will add a placeholder. Here for example, let's say title, string, something like this. Okay, you don't need to mention everything, but this is how it look like. You can give maximum width to this text area. So let's add a class name, max width, let's say 300 pixel. Perfect. And also I'm gonna give margin top to 1, so some space. And if you just select the JSON, you don't need to do anything. Maybe you can wrap this in h2 tag, just change this smaller, and then with a gray 400. And if you select the JSON, then obviously user can enter the JSON schema. Perfect. And the last but not least, we need to add a button to save this one. So here we'll say save. The class name will say update with full and margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our agent setting is ready. Now if I select the end, obviously you will not see that setting, only when you select the agent information or the agent node. Now understand one thing, we are going step by step and we want to execute the simple workflow first. Okay, we'll implement the simplest way, and then we're gonna add a more feature into our application. I don't want to make the our application complicated at the start. Once you understand how to implement, you can easily add as many features you want. Now to save all of this form value, we need to save it in a state. So inside this agent setting, at the top we're gonna say form data comma set form data is equal to use state, and inside this you can provide a default value as well. So for example, let's say name, then instruction, after that we'll say include history. This need to be by default, let's say true. After this we'll say model, you can add default model value. Okay, so we'll say Gemini 1 Flash 1.5. we'll change this model name once we have a proper model integration, and then output whether that's a text or what. Okay, and also schema. Now once you set this one, we need a method called constant handle change, which will accept a key and value. Okay, so value of type any, because we have boolean value as well, right? Now once we have this handle change method, you can attach this to each of these fields. For example, for this input we'll say on change, which will emit the event, and then we'll call this handle on change. The key will say name, and the value will be event dot target dot value, right? So what it will do, it will call this handle change with a key and value, and after this we simply need to set the value for our form data. So here we'll say set form data, make sure you have the previous value, so we'll say previous value, and then we'll simply add dot 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 all the previous value along with their key and their respective value, as simple as that. Okay, so it automatically get save all of this information to your form. Now let's do it for the remaining one. So I will copy this on change for the instruction text area. Over here I will change this to instruction. Then for the switch, it's little bit different. Over here we need to call on check change. So here we'll say on check change. It will emit the check whether true or false. Then we'll add on, so on, sorry, just handle change, I forgot the name, handle change with a key as include let me see the field name, include history. Okay, so we'll say include history, and then the value which is check. Okay, for the select as well, we'll say on value change. Obviously it will return the selected value, and then we'll add handle change with the model and then the selected value. The last but not least, I think for the output value we need to save it, right? Also we need to save the tab selection as well. So over here we'll say on value change for the tab. Let me bring this down, and then which will emit the value, okay, whether the selection is a text or JSON, and simply we're gonna add handle change with output, and then we'll set the value. Okay, and for the text area we need to add a schema. So over here let me copy from the previous one. Only change is this one. Okay, let me close. Here we'll say schema. Okay, now let make sure everything is accounted, and once user click on save button, so here we'll say on save, we'll console the form data, so we'll get to know what is actually saved, right? Over here we'll click on this on, we'll call this on click method, and then on save. Okay, let's save everything. Let's go back to this inspect panel to verify that whatever the information you enter, it's saved. Let's say agent name is trip planner, instruction give me trip, you just we are doing some testing. Okay, chart history you can keep as it is. Select the model, inside the JSON I will select the text, save it, and boom, we got the result. Okay, obviously we did not select the JSON, but once you select the JSON you can write the schema. Okay, it even though it's not perfect, that's completely fine. Save this one and boom. Okay, the output is JSON, and obviously if your output is JSON, the schema will be this one. So that's how you have to save it inside the form data. Now once it is you click on save, right, once our form data has all the field value, it is very important to send back and update our actual nodes and also update to our database, right? So for that one, what we can do, on the click of save, here we'll say set form data to form data, and this set form data, oh, I think we already have, So here we'll say set selected node data, we'll say. I don't know what name we should give, or we'll say update form data, and this update form data will pass back to the parent, which is nothing but the setting panel. That's because for all other node we have one logic inside the setting panel which can be used for other nodes. Okay, now inside this agent setting you can accept that update form data, and then we again call method. So here we'll say value, and then we'll say on update node data, and then pass this value. Obviously I will provide a type any, and inside this on update node data you can create a method. So here we'll say form data only, easy to understand, and the arrow function. Now let's format this updated node. So here we say updated node. We have to make sure inside the data field we should add all of this form data, right? So what we can do, we'll keep all the selected nodes information. Okay, then inside the data field we need to keep all the field as it is. So we'll say selected node dot data, no change in that one. Okay, then I will just make sure to update the label. So here we'll say form data dot name. Here I am just updating label again, and that is I am getting from the form data dot name. And then inside the settings tab, or inside the settings, let's say settings, I will add all the form data. Okay, you can even add it to the you can directly destructure it inside the data, but it's better you can keep it inside the settings so that later on it easy to get that. Now once your updated node is ready, you can set that nodes. Okay, so here if you remember we have this set added node state which help us to set the value. So again inside this we have to make sure you have all the previous node as it is. Okay, you don't need to change this one, but we need to get this previous node dot map and node of type any, and then we'll make sure if node dot id, so here we'll say node dot id matches with the selected node dot id. If that is the case, then we'll say we'll update with the updated node, otherwise we'll keep the node as it is. So basically we are updating only node which is changed, okay, by using this condition, and then save it. Now if I go back over here, we'll say trip agent, okay, and let's click save. So I don't know whether it's really saved or not because we did not make any operation over here, but if I click on this one, I don't think so it's getting updated. So let's add here, we'll say helper agent, okay, help me to solve issue. Okay, you can select this type, output format is as it is, save it, and then I will save this button, and I will make sure inside our Convex database, so let me refresh this, make sure it's getting saved or not. Okay, or you can simply go to your inspect panel, go to the console, inside this agent data you will see the settings. Just now we added the help agent, everything. Beautiful. It means it's getting saved to our database as well. Okay, because inside our page.tsx we have an use effect which help us to update to our database. See, save node and edges, right? This save and node and agents we are calling as soon as there is a change in the context, okay, and the nodes. So that's why it's getting saved to our database directly without any issue. But inside this agent setting, whenever user click on save, right, you can show a toast message. So over here we'll say toast dot success, and here we'll say setting updated. Okay, so whenever you click save, it will get updated. Now the question is why it's not getting display when I select this agent. That's because we did not set a default value inside each of this field, right? So basically from the selected node, we need to set it to the form data, and then we can easily see the selected value. So in order to do that, what we can do, we can simply add a use effect, and inside this use effect, whenever the selected node is there, so here we'll say selected node and set form data with selected node dot data dot settings, because inside the setting we have all of this field. Now if I save this one and let's try this out, so still not okay, maybe it's not showing because we did not set the value. Now for this input, we set the value will be the form data dot name, and now you will see this help agent automatically comes pop up, right? Same thing for the instruction, we'll say instruction. Over here for the switch, we can say form data dot include history, right? Because anyway that is a boolean value. I will add this optional operator field, that is very important. If there is a no value, at least it will not throw any error. Okay, for this select, I think we need to add default or just value, and then we can add form data dot model. For the tab, you can add value with form data dot output, and the text area as well, we have the value with the form data dot schema. Okay, and if you see, all the value are now showing, the instruction, the name, model, everything. Okay, if you select any model, let's say Pro 1.5, right, save it, it's showing that toast message. If I go back, boom, the changes are there, and that's how you have to update it. Even though if I refresh this screen, okay, and select this agent, you will see all the changes. And obviously on the click of save, we already have a method which will actually save all the changes which we made. Now let's implement the end node setting, okay, so that you will get to know how we can easily switch between the settings once you select the nodes. Now let's create the new file in under this node setting, and I will name it as end settings.tsx. Add a default template, and then inside the setting panel, obviously here we're gonna add a condition. So simply we'll say if selected node dot type is equal to end node, then you can show end settings, as simple as that. Okay, now if I save this one, let me refresh this. I don't know whether it's updated or not, but if I click end node, then it displaying end setting component. Okay, inside this end setting, I will add the similar text at the top, so I will just copy it from here, and I will rename this to end, and then we'll say choose the workflow output, choose the workflow output, and then save it. Okay, after that you can add a div with a label as output, and inside this we'll add a text area for the schema. Okay, it's not mandatory, but you can simply add it. So over here inside the placeholder, you can say name as string, whatever the placeholder you want to keep, then we'll give margin top to 2 and space y to 2. Let's save this one. This is how it look like, and again we want to add a button to save this one. So for this button, we'll save it to full. Over here I will add a label from the shared scene, and we'll also give margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, now if you want to add output in a specific format, you can just mention to this end. Okay, even though if you remove this end and keep this agent, still you will get an output depends on this format. Okay, but again, if you want to format this in a different output format, then you can use this end output. Okay, and similar way we need to use this form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Okay, and default I will add it as a schema, and then on the change you can directly add that. So here we'll say on change set form data with a schema as event.target.value, event.target.value, because we only have this one field. And on this save, so we'll say on click, we'll set the let me get what name we gave, update form data. So here we'll say update form data with form data, and make sure to pass this value back. Okay, and also you need to get a selected node information. Here we'll say type any. Now I will go to this setting panel, and similar like this one, right, we need to pass and get this value to this end setting and save it. Now whatever you mention over here, and then click save. I don't know why it's get updated everything. I think that's working fine, but only thing that you need to make sure, from this selected node you can pass a default value. So over here we'll set the form data inside the use effect. So here we'll say selected node, and whenever there is a selected node, and set form data with selected node dot data dot settings. Okay, and then make sure for this text area we'll pass a value as form data dot schema, and boom, if you see we got the selected value. Obviously you can add more field, for example title of type string, and once you are happy with your schema, just save it. Once you save, click this save button. If I refresh the screen, come back and click on this end, you will see your schema. Okay, just one more thing, on the click of this save, along with this update form data, I will also show a toast message with a success saying updated or setting updated, whatever we want to say. See, now this will help us to at least execute the basic workflow. Okay, because once user click on the preview, you can understand how this workflow will execute. Currently we have the connection inside our database, which is nothing but the edges, which node is connected to which table, which node, and the nodes information which contain a data, its a settings, and all of this information, right? And depends on these nodes and edges, we need to create a configuration, right, which we want to save inside this config in order to test our and execute our workflow. That's what we are going to see in this course as well, so that you can execute any kind of workflow which you are creating inside your agent builder. Now let's implement the setting panel for the if else. Let's go back to our application, and inside this we're gonna create a new setting for the if else. So we'll create a new file called if else settings.tsx. Then add a default template and then save it. Now inside this if else setting, similar like the other setting, I will just copy the top heading first and we'll paste it here. Inside this I will just say if slash else, and then over here we'll add create condition to branch your workflow, and then we'll add a div. Inside this we'll add a label, and inside the label I will just add it as a if. Then I will add an input tag. Inside this input component I will just add a placeholder saying enter condition. Okay, for example we can say output is equal to and then some condition. Okay, you can write any. Okay, so over here we need to write something like this, any condition, and close this tag, and then save it. Now if I go back, if I select if else, obviously it's not working. That's because we did not added the condition inside the setting panel. So over here I will add if selected node dot type is equal to if else, then we're gonna simply going to show if else settings. Okay, now inside this if else setting, obviously we need to send both these parameters similar like above, and obviously make sure inside this if else setting will accept this. So here we'll say selected node comma update form data. Okay, obviously we provide a type any, save both this file. Let's go back, and if I click on if else, I don't know, let me refresh this. Make sure this need to be an if else node because that's what we added as a type. Let's save this one. If I click if else, you will see this if condition and option to enter the condition as well. Obviously we'll use some styling. So inside this if else we'll add a class name margin top to 3, and obviously you don't need to give else condition because automatically it will go to the else condition if it did not match, and then we'll add a button to save it manually. Okay, with the width as full, margin top to 5, and over here as well we'll add class name margin top to 2. Perfect. It's very straightforward because if else condition we don't have too much things to do. Okay, now let's go to the while loop. While loop will be similar. Okay, just you need to add a while with a condition and then it will keep rotating. So we'll add the while settings.tsx file, add a default template. I will copy everything as it is from here, but so inside this if else we forgot one thing, that obviously we need to add on change method to this input, right? So what we can do, we can simply similar like an agent setting, I think, because inside the agent setting we added, let me see, inside this end setting as well. So basically on change we just added this set form data and we defined this set form data as well. So I will just copy everything as it is from this end setting, we'll paste it here. Make sure to import the use state and the use effect, and after that obviously here we'll add on change event, it will emit the event. Then let me copy this on change as it is. Okay, and over here we'll say if condition as a text. Obviously inside the form data we have to make sure this need to be an if condition. Okay, and then save it. So whenever you save it, it will automatically update it, but on the save you also make sure you need to update the form data, and then you can also show the toast message. Something like this. Okay, now obviously whenever if I select if else condition, add a condition, let's say if user is user email is not equal to null, I will write any condition something like this, and then save it. Obviously it will go to this API. If user email is empty, then it will go to the end tab. Okay, and whenever I select again, make sure it's reflected. Currently somehow it's not reflecting, so make sure that you are getting correct information. The reason that it's not getting, let me see. So over here we'll just console the selected node. So we will find whether selected node saving our information or not. Okay, so if I select this, inside the data we have settings, and inside the setting we have if condition. The reason it's not getting saved because we did not provide the value. So obviously from the form data.if condition you can provide those value, and then you will see that condition is there. Perfect. Okay, now let's implement the while loop where we left off. So inside the while I will copy everything as it is from the if else condition. I will put it inside the while, and obviously I will rename everything. So over here we'll say while loop your logic until or here we'll say loop your logic. That's fine. Okay, you can write anything which you want. Label I will say while. Over here make sure to change this to while settings, and make sure to export that correctly. Also over here now I'll rename this to while condition value as well, while condition, and over here it will be the while condition only. I think that's all we needed. Everything will be as it is, but inside your setting panel obviously we need a new condition so that it will display a while settings. Okay, so here this need to be a while node. I will always make sure that inside the panel this should match. Okay, so the type is a while node with a W capital, so I will make sure it's correct. Let's save it, and now if I added this while loop you will see this while condition. Perfect. Next we have this user approval. That again very straightforward. So let's go back. For the user approval, let me close all of this tab for now, and we'll create a node setting called user approval.tsx and then add a default template. Now inside this user approval, same thing we have to do. Okay, for example we want to accept selected node, you update form data, so I will copy that as it is. Okay, also we want to use this use effect and form data to save the value, so that also I'm going to paste instead of writing it again and again, and then we'll add this use effect as well. Okay, now let's add some UI things. So let's copy heading and h2 tag. Over here we'll say user approval, then I will write some message, pause for a human to approve or reject a step. Okay, so something like this, and then save it. Now first we'll add a div. Now I'll go to this agent setting, but if you remember we added this name, so that's what I want, and also I want this instruction thing. So I will copy both these UI. Okay, and I will paste it here. Oh my bad, I think I did not copy it correctly. Let me copy again and paste it here. Now make sure to import all of these. Okay, so first which is the name, which you hold the name for that particular node, which you can give anything. So here we'll say just a name. Then inside the form data I will add as a name only, but over here I will change this to name, and then message. So to fill I added. Okay, we also need to add handle change. So let's copy this handle change method and on save as well, and then I will just paste it here. Okay, toast, make sure to import this toast as well. So inside this handle change, obviously whenever you make some change, it will pass to that handle change with a key and value, and then it will save it to the form data. Here we'll add a text area. Instead of instruction, I will write message, so it help to the AI model to understand what is this node all about. Okay, the value is nothing but we need to give it as a message. Here placeholder, I will say describe the message to show to the user. Okay, so this is actually help us to show what this approval all about. Okay, I think we don't need this h2, so I will remove that. Over here we'll say message, the value will be the message. I think we copy paste it double up times. I think let me delete this one. Okay, perfect, and then save it. At the last, obviously we want a button, so I will just copy this button and then we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this, and now if I click on user approval, it should open it. Okay, so it means you need to add that inside the setting panel. I will just make sure the type is correct, so it's user approval node, and then I will change this to user approval. I think I forgot to rename this, so it should be a user approval setting, but you can rename that. Okay, and then save it. Now if I select this user approval, this is how it look like. See, we have the name. Okay, you can update the message. Only thing that I think we miss, which is the label. It's there, I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, so we imported the label from the different import, so make sure you are importing the label from the shared CN component. Okay, now we have the label for each of these component. Okay, perfect. And once you enter, for example, here we'll say to access API user approval. Okay, and message, I will write similar message and then save it. Once you save, click on it, and then your name and message will be there. Now we'll implement the API things later on. Okay, because currently we need to understand the basic workflow without API, because API is little bit different than the regular node, which will actually call to the API model, which is outside of our AI model, right? And whatever the information you are getting from the API, then you can pass it to the AI model to restructurize that response. Okay, so that will implement later on, but for now let's understand all of this node setting. That is very important. Okay, if you have any question, any doubt while implementing this node setting for each of these tool, let me know in the comment section. Now let's make your life little bit easier. We already have this API agent. Currently we added this node, but it don't have the setting panel. So I already created the UI code for this API setting panel, and I added it inside our eraser doc. Just copy that, and then we'll go back to our application. Inside this node setting, we'll create a file called API settings.tsx, and then simply paste it here. Make sure to remove this tag, and here we go. Over here we have this API agent setting with the default form data. We already added the use effect to set the form data as well, the default value, the handle change, and on save method. Then inside your setting panel, we also need to make sure whenever API agent is added, it should show the API settings. Okay, also make sure the selected node. So I will just go to this agent tool panel and just copy the correct type, which call API node, and I will paste it here and save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen once, and then if I added this API, click on this API, and boom, on the right hand side you will see the name, request method. Obviously you can change the name whatever you want. The API URL, you can add the URL. Now if I select get, obviously you just need to add API URL. You also have option to add API key. But if I select the post request, then you'll enable these body parameters. If I added this API key, you have option to enter the API key as well. Okay, and I think that's all we needed. Let's test this out. So over here I will add API API call, then I will get, this is a GET request, the URL. So I already have this users API, so I'm going to use this one for example, and obviously this is just a GET, so we'll put GET request. You don't need an API key for this one, so I will disable this and then save it, and it's saying API agent setting updated. Now whenever you go back, you will see these settings. Obviously wherever you want, you can just add this and then click save and it will get saved. Okay, now one more last important thing that we need to update is the name. Currently whatever the name you give, you have to update this name, right? So in this case it's showing agent because we hard coded, but we need to update that. So for example, if I go to our custom nodes where we have this agent node, now inside this agent node I will accept the data with type any, and inside the data we have data dot label. Okay, now over here you will see it's changed to personal coach because that's the name which we gave. Same thing we have to do for this API node. So I will go to this API node and then I will change this to data dot label. Now the interesting part is you already know that this is the agent because we already marked this with a some default hard-coded value which is agent. This is an API. Only thing gonna change is whatever you text, when you save it, it will update it. Okay, so over here we'll say user API and then save and it will get updated. As simple as that. So that's all. If you have any question, any doubt related to this API, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to preview our agent. Our user want to test the agent, then user can go to the preview tab. We already have this preview button, and on the click of that it will navigate to the preview page. On this page we are going to show whatever the agent flow user created, and on the right hand side user have option to chat with that agent. Also on the top we have option to close the preview or to publish this agent in a production. Okay, so these are some of the options that we are going to add. But first thing, once user land onto this preview page, we have to make sure that we need to fetch the agent information from the database with the help of the agent ID which we already have, and then we need to fetch all of these details so that next we are going to convert this preview into a complete agent workflow. Now once you are on the preview screen, now that time we have these edges and the nodes. Okay, once we have these edges and node, then we need to generate a flow configuration. Obviously we are going to write a function for that one which will generate a flow config, and that flow config we are going to pass to the AI model in order to generate agent tool configuration, which contain the what are the agents, what are the configuration, and it automatically generate a proper instruction prompt depends on your flow. Okay, this is the easiest way that we are going to use and implement. After generating this agent tool config, then we are going to set up the agent SDK with the help of OpenAI, and then you can able to test our agent. But first thing first, let's create this preview page. Now inside our VS Code, under this agent ID folder, we are going to create a new folder called preview. And then we're going to create a page.tsx file. Now we are creating this preview page inside the agent ID. That's because we will get to know this preview is for that particular agent ID. Here we'll say preview agent and then save it. Over here we already have this page.tsx which contain the header. Now let's go inside this header, and then on the click of this preview button we want to navigate. So I will wrap this inside the link tag with the h reference, and then I'm going to use agent builder, the agent builder.id. So this need to be agent id, and make sure to close this tag and then save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So currently I am on this weather agent, and once I click on this preview, it navigate to this preview page. Perfect. Now inside this agent, I created the agent which is the weather agent. So this agent will give you the weather information about any of the city. And if you see, I added this instruction to this agent. There is a if else condition asking whether if the city is entered, then obviously navigate to this weather API. Now inside the weather API, this is the GET request with the API URL. And if you carefully observe, I just mentioned the query with the city name. Okay, now this particular API need an API key, which you can get it from the any weather API open source API endpoints, and then enter that API key. Okay, and then make sure to save it. Now after that, this is just n. If you want to keep the output in some term format, you can just mention it here. Same with this one. If there is a no city entered, then I ask user to ask for the city name. Okay, and even though if you did not put in, that's perfectly fine. And once everything is done, just make sure to save it. Now this is the easiest agent which contain multiple nodes which we use, like agent, if else, API, and many others. Now on the click of preview, we want an header, right, similar like this one with these two buttons. So I'm going to use this header only, and I'm going to pass one more props. Okay, so inside this I will say on preview, or maybe we'll say preview header. Okay, and this will be the boolean value. Now I'm gonna accept this preview header. The initial value will be false, and then save it, so that we can simply use the existing header, and to this header we'll pass a preview header as true. Okay, also we need to pass an agent detail. Okay, currently we don't have, so I'll pass it as undefined and then save it. Now if I go over here, we will see these two buttons. Perfect. Now let's go back to this header, and whenever the preview header is true, then it means we have to show a close button. So here I'm going to add a condition. If there is a no preview header, we'll show this publish button. Otherwise I will add a same link, but in this case I will say close preview. Okay, and this will be the X icon I'm going to add, and then we're going to simply move to the previous page, so you don't need to go to the different page. And if you see, now we have this close preview. Over here I will change this variant to outline. Perfect. And once user close on preview, it will jump back to this particular page. Okay, as simple as that. I think obviously we don't have the agent ID yet. Okay, but once we fetch the information inside the preview, then we can pass the agent detail. Now in order to get the agent information, if you remember, we already have similar method, so I'll just copy that. So if I go over here, I will copy this use effect with this get agent detail inside this preview agent page. Make sure to import this use effect. Obviously we need to define a convex using use convex hook. Make sure to import this API. Then we need to get an agent ID using use params, and then we need to set a value. So we'll say agent detail, set agent detail with this status. Here we'll say agent type and save it. Now this agent detail information you can pass over here, and once you pass, okay, right now we need to mark this component as a use client. And let's me go back. So over here, if you see, now we have the text called weather agent. Now even if I click close, you will go to that particular page, and click on preview, it will jump to this preview page. Perfect. Now, as I say in the mockup, we are on the left hand side, we need to show this, but we have to make sure this node is not editable and not selectable. Okay, so let me show you how to do it. Now, once we have this agent detail information over here, you need to add a React flow. Okay, so I will go to this one, just copy this React flow. Okay, and I think that's all I needed, so I will just copy that, something like this, and paste it. Now inside this node you can get it from the agent detail dot nodes, then agent detail dot edges. On node change, edge change, we don't need it. On connect, we also don't need it. I think we need to define the node type. So what we can do, instead of defining it here again, we can simply export this node type from our page. So over here I will say export this node type, so that we can simply use inside this preview. Okay, and if I go back, let's refresh the screen. So it's not showing. Okay, so we got this detail. Let's see why it's not showing. So one more important thing we forgot, so it is this CSS we need to add. So I will copy that CSS and paste it here, and still we don't have anything. So let's see why. So I think we need to provide a width and height for this. Okay, similar like this one, see. So I will just copy that too, and then we'll paste it here. I also added the background, the dotted background. Okay, it's up to you whether you want to add or not. And if you see, now we have this perfect flow. Okay, if you don't want to add background, that's completely fine. This is how it look like. Okay, and currently you can able to select this node, but if you set the draggable, or here we'll say draggable, let's say false, so you can just move this one, but you cannot click any of this agent. Okay, so that is also very important point. Now next thing, let's wrap this inside a div, and again for this div I will wrap again in another div, because we want to divide this into two different column. So here we say class name, let's make it grid column 4. Now out of these 4 column, I'm going to assign 3 column to this one. So we'll say grid column span 3 and 1 column for the chart UI. So here we'll say column span 1. Okay, and here we'll say chart UI. Over here I will add a gap to 10 and then save it. Let's refresh the screen. Now for this one, if you see the width is full, that's because we provide a width to 100 horizontal width, right? So let's try to put 100 width, and now if you see it in between this section only. You can add some border. So here we say add padding to 5 with a border rounded to 2 XL and then margin to 5. Perfect. Okay, and obviously you can play around it, but you cannot move any of the edges or anything. Okay, this is just for the preview purpose. Inside this tag, I think we can write something like this: preview in h2 tag preview. Perfect. Okay, now next thing, on the right hand side there will be a chart UI. So I will just wrap it inside the, we'll make it border with a rounded 2 XL with a margin and padding to 5. I think we don't need to provide this gap. Let's remove this gap because we're already providing the margin, right? Next, after implementing this preview page, right, we need to generate the configuration, right, the flow configuration which as per this flow. Okay, now after this, as we already have these edges and the node from the agent detail, now we need to generate the flow config. So I already added the function for you, okay, which will generate the workflow for us, and which actually mapping your edges and node as per your connection. If you see, we have this switch which contain each node type, which will actually help us to map it. And later on as well, if you added any different type of node, you can simply add the logic inside this workflow. So let's copy that, go back to your application, and inside this I'm going to paste it here. Now it also calling this particular generate workflow whenever the agent detail information is available. So inside the use effect it will call it. Okay, now once you save it, currently it just console the log. Okay, so this configuration will just console the log. Let's go back and test this out. So I will go to the inspect panel. Inside the console, if you see, it generated that JSON. Perfect. Currently this JSON I mark it as a stringify, so that's why this is how it looks. Okay, as simple as that. Now this particular workflow we need to pass to the AI model, okay, so that it will generate the agent tool configuration JSON. Okay, that is very helpful because we need to generate the agent with the tool depends on this config, and that will be a dynamic one. No one on the YouTube or anyone show you this kind of particular implementation. It's a very unique and easiest way. Now let's set up an AI model so that we can generate an agent tool configuration. Whatever the flow configuration we generated in previous step, we can pass it to this AI model and that will generate this config JSON. So for that one, we are going to install an OpenAI SDK. So simply inside the terminal, I will add a new terminal, and inside here we'll simply write npm I OpenAI. So which will install the OpenAI SDK. Once it is installed, let's go to this config folder, and inside this config folder we create a new file called openai.ts. Inside this OpenAI, let's export it constant. We'll say OpenAI is equal to new OpenAI. So obviously you need to import that OpenAI first. So we'll say import OpenAI from OpenAI. Okay, and now I think we can rename this to OpenAI model. Just make it different from this SDK, right? And then inside this OpenAI, you just need to simply add an API key. Okay, so you can get this API key from OpenAI API key. So if I go to this OpenAI, log in to this API platform, and then here you can simply generate an API key. Okay, that is very important for us because we are using this OpenAI as an API. You can use a Gemini or other AI model. If you want to use a free AI model, you can simply go to this openrouter.ai where you will find open source model or open model which is free to use. Okay, it's up to you, but my suggestion is let's go with this OpenAI. Now once you have the key, simply make sure to add inside the .env with this key, and then you can use it using this open API key, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now it is very important to export this OpenAI so that you can use it in any other files. Now the next thing is to create a new API endpoint which will generate the agent tool JSON config. So inside this API, I'm going to create a new API endpoint and we name it as a generate agent tool config, and inside this we'll create a route.ts file. Let's add a default template. So here we'll say export async function, as this is a post request, so we'll say post, and then this will be the next request. Inside the return, obviously we want to return a next request dot JSON. So this here will pass a JSON, okay, as it is. Okay, let's pass it empty for now. Oh, this need to be a next response. Okay, and then inside here we need to get the basic configuration first. So we'll say JSON config is equal to await request.json. Now this JSON config nothing but the flow which we generated in the previous step. Then we need to mention that OpenAI. So here we'll say constant response is equal to await OpenAI. So make sure to import that dot responses dot create, and then inside this you can provide a model, whichever model you want. Now there are a bunch of different model which you can use it. Okay, so in this case I will use this 4.0 mini, you can use nano. Okay, which one is best and cheapest. And then inside this input I'm gonna send, I will stringify the JSON config first, and then we're gonna pass the prompt as well. Okay, so we need to define the prompt. So at the top I will define a prompt, and this prompt I'm gonna pass over here. Okay, already added the prompt inside the eraser doc, and adding this prompt will give you the proper formatted output. Okay, so just copy this prompt as it is, and I'm gonna paste it here, and this prompt I'm gonna attach to this one. Okay, now this prompt basically mentioning that you need to create an agent instruction with this following format, depends on this JSON config. And then once you have the response, you need to parse this response. Okay, pass the response to JSON. So first I will say constant output text is equal to response dot output text. After this we need to pass it, so you can simply add try and catch block with an error, and inside the try block let's define the parse first. So here we'll say parse JSON, and inside the try we can say parse JSON is equal to JSON dot parse. Then whatever the output text we have to replace this JSON tag with an empty value, and okay, so also we want to replace this extra tag, okay, with an empty string. And once it is parsed, you just need to return the response. Okay, but if you get any error, then you can simply return the next response dot JSON, and inside that you can say fail to pass JSON, and then you can pass the error message if you want. Okay, I think that's all we needed. At the last you just need to send this pass JSON and then save it, and this is how our post API call is ready. After generating this post API call, we need to call inside our preview page. So let's go to this preview page. So inside the agent builder, agent ID, preview page.tsx, I'm gonna create a method. So we'll say constant generate agent tool config, and obviously make sure whatever the result generated from the previous workflow we need to save. So I'm gonna create a method called constant flow config dot set flow config, and then we need to set this value. So at the bottom we'll set the flow config with a config, and later on over here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. So I think we need to import this Axios at the top. I don't know why it's not, I think we install this Axios, but make sure if it's not installed, make sure to install. Sometimes it might get deleted, not sure why, but right now if you see it installed successfully. And then in order to make a post API call, you just need to write /API /generate agent tool config, and then we'll pass a JSON config with this flow config. Here I will make this as async. Okay, and then we'll write a result as well. So console.log result.data. Now whenever this config is generated, because it will take some time, maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, depends on how big flow is, you need to maintain a loading state. So here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now once this agent config tool started, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Now the question is when to call this agent tool config. So at this chart UI, we are going to add a button, and if the previously JSON or previously agent tool config is present in the database, then we can just show an option to refresh this to fetch the new or reboot this agent if user made any update. Otherwise we can directly show it, okay? But if it's not present at very first time, then make sure we have to show that button. So obviously inside our database we need to create a new column, okay, which will hold this value. So let's go back to the schema first, okay, because this is pretty much completed, but let's go to the schema, and inside the schema I'm going to add a new column called agent tool config, and this is optional with a type any, and then save it. Now you might get an error inside the convex if you scroll down. I think this look good, but you might get sometimes error because we added a new column, okay, and inside this agent table I think that get added. If you see this agent tool config, I think perfect, so you don't need to do anything. But if not get added, then you have to delete that record and then re-add again, okay. Now currently when you fetch the data inside this preview, the agent tool config might not present, right? Also in the agent type you have to update this agent tool config. So I will go to this agent, over here we'll say agent tool config with type any, and then we're gonna show a button over here, okay. So we'll say agent detail dot agent tool config. If it's not there, okay, then I'm going to add, or let's do one thing, let's add a simple button first, and we'll say reboot agent, and I will wrap inside the div, and then we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify content in the center, height full. Let's see how it looks. So if I refresh the screen, and if you see it's saying reboot agent, okay, you can add refresh icon over here, something like this, okay. So once you click on reboot agent, then we can call this method. So simply over here, now on the click we need to call this method generate agent tool config, and once it is generated we need to update to our DB, okay. That we will do in a moment, but first we'll see whether it's generating or not, okay. Whenever there is a loading state, we have to make sure that button is disabled. So here we'll say disable when there is a loading, and also we can animate this icon. So we'll say class name, inside the class name we'll add condition if there is a loading, then we'll add animate spin class, and then save it, okay. Now let's try this out. So I will say reboot agent, and if you see it start generating inside the console, we'll observe the result, okay. So I think I deleted unfortunately. Let's try it again, and right now if you see it's generating, it is in pending state, and inside the console you will see the result, and boom, if you see we got the result. The primary agent name is weather agent. Currently you don't have any system prompt, that's completely fine, but the most important thing, we got this agent. See, Currently we only have mentioned as a one agent because we have only one weather agent and we have only one tool. Now inside this tool, if you observe carefully, this tool has an API key, assign agent, description and all of this information. Now you might have a question, where is this if else node and all? Now if else node is converted to a proper instruction, and if you see, if your agent greet user politically, fetch the details of current one and blah blah blah. Now this instruction automatically generated with the help of AI model depends on your flow. Okay, now this is very straightforward flow, but if you add any other API endpoint on else condition, obviously it will add one more tool because this is an API endpoint tool, right? Also this parameter also added this query and all of this information. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to generate it. Once it is generated, you have to make sure you will save it into a database. Now let's save this into our database. So for that one, we need to update our convex function. So let's go to the convex agent.ts, and inside this we'll create a brand new function inside the agent. So we'll say constant update agent tool config is equal to mutation. So this need to be a mutation, and inside that we need to get the argument first. Inside the argument we need to get an ID of that agent, and then we'll add a handler as well. Inside that handler, let's update or patch the record. Now patch means we are just updating that particular record, okay, and inside that you need to make sure you'll pass that record ID, okay, which we are getting from the agent table, and then save it. We already implemented this update agent detail. Same way we are going to update this tool config as well, and once it is saved, let's get back to this page.tsx. Inside that, first you need to define that mutation. So we'll say constant update agent tool config is equal to use mutation, and inside this use mutation, make sure to import from the convex react. We'll pass api dot agent dot update agent tool config. Okay, now I'm gonna call this method over here. So we'll say constant, you don't need to do anything, just add await update agent tool config, and inside this you need to provide an ID. Now this ID you will get it from the agent detail because we already have the agent detail information, and then the agent tool config from the result dot data. So this need to be an underscore ID, okay, and here we'll say as a string. Now sometimes it might be empty. I think we can add, you can provide a type as any, okay, instead of string, and then save it, and then save it. Now this will update our agent tool config. Now let's test this out. So I will go to the preview again. Inside the preview, if you see, we don't have anything. That's the reason this button is displaying. Now I will say reboot agent, and now this will reboot our agent, okay, with all the new config. And once it is done, I will verify that agent tool config is there. See, okay. But if you observe carefully, it's still showing the reboot config button in over here because we don't have updated agent detail information, right? Now there are two ways that you can do it. Either whenever this is completed, you can call this method get agent detail, or inside this agent convex you can call the get or query to select that agent information. Now easiest way, I think we can call this method, okay, so everything will done automatically. You don't need to worry about that. And now if you see, we don't have that button showing anymore. Now after implementing all the logic, now it's time to add the UI for the chart section. So I'm making your life easier, and I also made sure that this chart UI is already ready for you in order to use it. So you will find that eraser document link in the description. Just go on that link and then you can just copy this chart UI. Then let's go back to a VS Code, And inside this VS Code, I'm going to create a component for the chart UI. So over here we'll say underscore components, and inside this component we'll create a chart UI.tsx file, add a default template, and then save it. Now inside the chart UI, simply copy paste the changes which you copied, or the code which you copied. Okay, here make sure to wrap inside the one div and then save it. Now obviously you need to import this button component, then this icon as well, and here the send icon. Okay, now obviously this generate agent tool config you need to pass and you need to call that, because this is the code for the rebooting, right, which we already have over here. Either you can use this one or you can use new one. So let's remove that from here and simply save it. Now inside this div we'll add chart UI component. Okay, now this chart UI component we only wanted to show if there is a tool config. Okay, so here you can add a question mark, and then I'm gonna simply add a ternary operator, and then we'll show chart UI if the tool config is present. And if I refresh the screen, you will see this default chart UI where you have option to enter the value and send button. Pretty cool, right? Now after this, let's go to the chart UI. Over here I will make this to 90 vertical height to fill this height as well. Now this is the hard coded value currently. Okay, so that's the reason it look like this. But I think one more important thing we need to update. So if I go to the page.tsx file, I'm gonna copy, because if you remember we deleted this div, so let's copy it again and we'll add it inside the chart UI. Okay, that is important because we wanted to show the reboot icon button as well. Now let's create a type props over here, and because we wanted to pass this particular click functionality back to the parent, over here I will provide a type void and loading as a boolean. So over here I'm also going to pass a loading and the type is props. Then inside the page.tsx file, simply call this generate tool config to generate tool config, and we already have the loading, so pass this loading state and then save both this file. Now if I go back over here and refresh the screen, you will see at the top we have the agent name, obviously it's hard coded right now, and option to reboot it again. Now once you click reboot, obviously it will start rebooting your agent with the updated config, as simple as that. Now whatever the basic information we have regarding the agent detail, you can pass to this chart UI. So over here we'll say agent detail and then pass this agent detail inside the chart UI. I'm going to accept this agent detail with a type agent. Okay, and make sure to accept that. Over here I'm going to change this to agent detail dot name, so that you will get the updated name at the top. Okay, and then I think everything will be as it is. Now the next part is to start conversation with our actual agent. Now once you start the conversation, we need to call our agent, and then depends on user's question, agent will decide which tool we have to use, and then accordingly he will reply to your answer, right? So for that one we need an API endpoint which will act as an agent. So we already have the agent information and tool information, but we need to pass to this AI model. So inside this API folder, I'm going to create a new folder called agent chart dot, or this is a folder, and inside this is the endpoint. We'll create a route.ts file. Now inside that, create a post function. So here we'll say async post request, and then we'll say next request. Now inside this we need to get some body parameter. The very first is the user input, then the tools, the list of tools, then we want an agents, okay, so all the list of agents which we already have, and then the most important, the conversation ID. Okay, now we need to generate this conversation ID, so I will tell you how to do it, and then we'll say await request.json. Now inside that we need to first map all tools, right, in the format with the agent SDK. Now in this example we are going to use an agent SDK. Now with the help of this OpenAI agent SDK, if you carefully observe, we can create a multiple agents, and then we can also provide the tools, and then we just simply need to run that agent. Okay, and then you can even do the streaming response as well, that also we are going to implement. Now under the tool section you will see how to add the tools. Currently we are not adding any third-party tool or any other tool, but you can add a tool like web search, file search, computer image generation, and many other. That is a feature you can easily add it without any implementation. With the help of OpenAI agent you can do it, and then you can simply call the function tool. Now we need to generate this tool because we already have the JSON config, but we have to make sure that it will map it in a proper way. So that's where we need to map all of these tools. Now whatever the tool we are passing to this post request, that tools we need to map. So I already added a method for you which will help us to map all of these tools. Simply copy that from the eraser doc, go back to your application, and inside this paste your code, and then this will map it. Now make sure to import all of these, but before that we have to make sure you will install the agent SDK first. So let's go to the quick start, and here you need to add this OpenAI agents using the npm command. So let's copy everything, paste it here. So it will also install the Zod. So once it is installed you can easily import that. So if you are not getting this import statement, simply import it using import z from Zod, okay, and then save it. After this you have to import this tool. Okay, so for the tool as well you need to import it from the OpenAI agents. So we'll say import tool from OpenAI slash agent. I think it's not get installed. Let me try this again. Oh, it's installed, but here we need to make sure it's at the rate OpenAI, okay, and then save it. And if you see, now we don't have any more error. Once your tools are ready, simply we need to create the agents. So also that agents we need to map. Obviously we have multiple agents here, so we'll say created agents is equal to agents which we are already passing dot map. Here we'll say config each agent config, and then the arrow function. Inside this we'll simply return a new agent. Okay, make sure this agent you are importing from the OpenAI agent, and then inside that you need to provide a name which you can get it from the config.name. Then you need to provide an instruction, okay, that also you can provide from the instructions, and then the tools. Okay, now whichever tool you are adding, that tool you need to generate it and pass to these agents, as simple as that. Now another important thing, that this particular tool which we created, which is an API request inside the tool, once you execute it, it will fetch the URL, pass the API key, and the key depends on the request, and then simply fetch the request. Currently it works only for the GET request, but you can update it for the POST request as well to handle these particular tools. Now once your agents are ready, now next thing we need to run this agent. So we'll say constant result is equal to await run from the OpenAI agents, and then you need to pass. Okay, so I think here we need to first make sure to bring all this agent together. So we'll say constant, and our final agent I will name it as, then here we'll say agent dot create, and inside this we provide a name. We can call it as a, you can get the agent name directly from the details. We'll say agent name, and you can pass over here as an agent name. Okay, then we'll say an instruction. Inside the instruction we'll add you determine which agent used to based on the user query. Okay, and then it automatically help us to determine which tool need to use. Now in this case we need to use handoff because we are using a multiple passing multiple agents, and inside the agent we are passing the tools. Okay, so that's the reason you have to use handoff. More information you will find on this agent SDK regarding this handoff and all other details. Okay, now next part, once you have the agent, now we need to run this agent. So we'll say constant result is equal to await run, and inside this run you need to pass a final agent, then the user input, and the most important thing is a conversation ID. Okay, this is very important. Now we already have the conversation ID which we are going to generate in a moment, but first make sure that you need to pass a conversation ID so that you don't need to maintain the history of your conversation. Then we want a streaming response, so pass it as a streaming as a true. And then last, once this is done, you just say constant stream because we need to get the streaming result. So we'll say result dot to text stream. Okay, and inside that we have to make sure it's compatible to node stream. Let's say mark it as a true, and then at the last we'll say return new response, and inside that just pass this stream as it is. Okay, I will make sure it's a stream only. If you are getting this error, just ignore this error and then save it. And this is how your post API call for agent chart is ready. Now if you remember, we need to generate the conversation ID. Okay, so we'll just write a get request for that one. So we'll say get request next request and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a constant with the ID, conversation ID is equal to await OpenAI. So we already have this OpenAI from the OpenAI model, and then we'll say conversations dot create and something like this. Now this will generate the conversation ID. You just need to return. So we'll say return new response dot JSON, and then simply return the conversation ID. As simple as that. Okay. Now once this is done, simply you need to go back to your page.tsx file. Inside the page we have this preview. So let me go to this agent builder, agent ID, and inside the preview. Now inside the preview, first you need to get the conversation ID. Okay, so when you get this agent detail, that time you can get the conversation ID. So I will just write it here and we can save it in a state. So we'll say if, not if, but just we can get every time the new conversation ID. So we'll say constant conversation ID result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash agent chat, and that's all because this is a get request. And then we'll simply add if result and result dot, this need to be, you can write something like this, console.log for now, conversation ID result dot data. Okay, we'll check whether we are getting the result or not. Let's save it. Let's go back to your application, and inside the inspect panel go to the console, and over here I don't see the conversation ID yet. Let me refresh it again, and boom, if you see, we got this conversation ID. Okay, now let's store this conversation ID. So over here we'll say constant conversation session ID comma set conversation ID with a use state, and this need to be a string. Over here we'll set this conversation id with the conversation result dot data, okay, which contain the actual id. Now this conversation id you can pass to this chart ui. So we'll say conversation id with the conversation id inside the chart ui. Make sure to accept that and save it. Perfect. Now inside this chart ui we need to get a user input is equal to use state. It is of type string, and then at the last in the text area we need to add on change method, which will save the user input, and then here we're gonna call on click, and then we'll say on send message, and this method we need to create, which will call our chart API endpoint. So we'll say constant on send message. Now here we need to fetch a streaming response. So in that way we cannot use Axios. So I will definitely recommend you to use a fetch. So we'll say constant result is equal to await fetch API slash agent chart, and then we need to write a method. So we'll say method to post, and then inside the header you can write application slash JSON. For the body you can write JSON.stringify. Make sure to provide a agent name, that is very important. The agent information is nothing but the agents. So he'll say agents, and I think we don't have the agent details. Oh, we already have the agent detail. So from the agent details we'll say agent details dot config dot agents, okay, otherwise it will get an empty. Okay, then same thing we have to do with the tools. After this we need to pass the user input and the conversation id, okay, and here I will mark this as async, and boom, this is how we have to implement it. Next here we'll say if result dot body, if it's not there, so let's add exclamatory mark, then we'll return nothing. But if it's there, then we'll say constant reader is equal to response dot body dot get reader. Then once you get this reader, you have to decode this using this text, or you have to define this decoder first using the text decoder, and then we'll say we'll add a done as a false. Now over here we need to add a while loop, okay, we'll add if done, then we'll say constant value comma done, and then we'll say done reading with a reader dot read. Then we'll say done is equal to done reading, and then we'll say if value, then for now we'll just console it, okay, so we'll say console dot log decoder dot decode value, as simple as that. Okay, right now we are just want to console and we want to test whether it's working or not. Okay, now on this send message, as soon as you send the message, right, here we'll set the loading. So we'll say constant loading comma set loading and use state to false. Okay, so here we'll say loading message or set loading message, because we already have the loading state, and whenever the loading message is true, so over here we'll say loading message when it's true, when it started, and then at the last we'll set the loading message as false. After this we have this button, right, we need to disable this button. So but before that we'll say if loading message, then we'll add a loader, otherwise we'll add this send button, and for this one I will add animate speed, and then save it. Perfect. I think we can also disable this button, because otherwise user will click multiple times. Okay, and also if user input length is not there, then also it will disable it. And one last important thing, once you send the message, we'll set the user input with an empty value, but we have to make sure for your text area where you have the input box, it provide a default value as a user input. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now for now, just ignore this is the hard coded value, but let's send a message. Let's say hi and then pass it. Once you send message, you will see it's triggering, and boom, if you see, we got the message. Now this is a streaming response, so obviously as soon as the response is ready, the text is ready, it's sending us that response. And right now if you see, it's saying, hey, hello, how can I help you today? Pretty cool, right? Now let's save the user enter input and the AI response. So for that one, I'm at the top. Let's add a state called constant messages comma set messages is equal to use state, and inside this I'm going to provide a type. For now I will put an empty, but inside the type we'll provide a role of type string and the content of type string. Okay, and it's a list, so make sure it's a list as well. Now on the same message click, we need to set the messages. So here we'll say set messages with the previous messages, we have to make sure, and then with the role user and the content nothing but the user input. After that, make sure you are setting that after this one, so something like this. Okay, next, once you get the data right inside this decoder, we'll get the each small chunk first. So we'll say constant chunk is equal to decoder dot decode value. Oh, sorry, decoder dot decode value, and then we need to set a message. So we'll say set messages. Then here we'll say previous, and then inside that we'll say constant updated is equal to previous first. Then we'll say constant, not constant, but we'll simply add updated is equal to updated dot length of -1, updated dot length -1 is equal to, and then we'll add a role as an assistant and the content as assistant response. So here I think we can define the assistant response at the top, or simply we can just add updated length dot plus chunk. Okay, and then last we'll simply over here we'll simply add return updated. Okay, so it will get the all the updated message with this role as an assistant and the content. Okay, now after that we need to display that in a real time. Okay, but because we need to remove this hard coded value, so right now what we can do, we can remove all of this hard coded value now, and inside this we'll add it. So maybe over here now we don't want the hard coded, but now we'll say messages dot map messages comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add this div and this div as well as it is. Okay, obviously we have to make sure with the one div only, so let's wrap that in a single div. Let's save this one. Actually basically we don't need this div as well, okay, because we can manage with the one div, but conditionally we need to update the style. So the first thing for this class name, so basically with this previous hard coded code, we can remove this div and we'll move this to this one. For now let's remove this div. Now let's bring this down and we'll add a conditional. So we need to wrap this because we want to add a dynamic styling. Now inside this we'll add a $sign, and then we'll say if message dot role is equal to user, then we'll simply add a background as blue 500, and then text void self end. Okay, otherwise, so over here we'll say otherwise background gray self start, as simple as that. Now we don't need this one, so let's remove this justify start as well, and then save it. Now inside this h2, obviously you just need to show message dot content. Okay, and for this div I will add a key as an index and then save it. Now let's refresh this screen once. Right now we don't have anything. Okay, we'll also update this loading state, but let's say hi, just pass it. If you see, we got this hi message, and then we got this hello, how can I help you? Perfect. But right now if you see, our previous message is gone, right? It means it's overriding the previous message somehow. So that's because once we added the user message, right, we are just removing that message and adding the assistant message. So that's the reason it's happening. So basically we need to add a loading state message first. So here we'll say set message, okay, and then we'll add assistant, and simply I'm gonna add an empty string. Okay, now this is just for the loading state, you can say, or maybe we can say content as loading. Okay, something like this. I think that's pretty good. Let's test this out now. So let me refresh this screen. We'll say hi, send the message. Now if you see, we got the result. Perfect. Now we'll say how are you, and then we'll get the result. Perfect. But it's up to you how you want to add it. Let's remove this loading so it will not show a loading state. Now when there is a loading state, right, we need to show this loading indicator at that time. So maybe we can add a loading message is true, then only show this loading indicator, otherwise no need to show it. Okay, now if you see, it's not showing, but if I say hi, then it show loading indicator, and then boom, it's gone. Perfect, right? And that's how you can now start chatting with the agent, as simple as that. No any complicated logic, and we made this chat with an agent quite simpler, right? Now let's test our agent properly. So we'll say hi, so it will ask or return something. Now it will ask, can you tell me weather? Okay, as this is a weather app, so we'll ask a weather. And once you ask, if you see, it asking us which city. Cool, right? Let's say you want for a Pune city, so we'll say Pune, and boom, if you see how quickly we got the weather of Pune city. And this is not any fake response, this is the response from the API directly, because we already provided this weather API, and from the weather API we got this, right? Let's do one more thing. Let's ask for the London, so we'll say London weather. Okay, so we'll add London weather, and now if you see, we got London weather as well. Pretty nice, right? And that's how you can create your own agent. You can add the as many as API you want, and then this agent will automatically redirect you to the proper way. So we can ask any question which you want. Okay, now another important thing over here is currently this particular response is in the markdown format, and we want to convert that markdown into a proper HTML format. So for that we are going to use the React Markdown library. Simply copy this npm command, go back to your project, and inside this make sure to install. Once you install, you can simply use this React Markdown by providing your markdown, as simple as that. So right now let's import this, put the import statement. Okay, I don't know whether markdown is installed or not. Okay, so we got an error, maybe because of the permission, I don't know. So that's because of permission, so I need to use a sudo and then command with my password, which I added for the extra security. And now once it is installed, just go back and then use this markdown. I don't know why it's not installed the React Remark FGM. I think that should install the React MGM as well. Or let's keep or just comment this for now. And where we have this p tag, let's add this React Markdown. We don't need to add the plugin, but we'll just add a message dot content. Okay, let's save this one, go back over here, and let's add a message. And boom, we got the response. Okay, but not in the proper format. So obviously you need to add some style to this one, proper way, and then you get a proper response. So I will add a div, then copy this complete class which we applied for the p tag, and then I will wrap it something like this, save it, and boom, if you see, we got the proper response now. Okay, perfect. So that's how you have to do it. Let's ask for the Chicago city, and let's see whether it's atomic fetch or not. So yeah, if you see, we got the Chicago city weather as well. Okay, so that's how, guys, you have to create your own agent, pass your own API, implement this beautiful chart functionality, and with the help of OpenAI SDK, you can easily implement it. Now you might have a question why we use an OpenAI agent SDK. That's because it make our life more easier. But you can even use that open router API with the passing the tools directly to this API AI model, and then you can handle on your own way. If you really want to learn how to do it, just press like button to this video. If we get 1000 likes, then we'll create a complete customized without using any third-party library and AI voice agent. Yes, you heard right. So we are going to create AI voice agent in the next video, where you can call on a phone number and then AI will talk with you. You can send a message directly on WhatsApp, and then AI will chat with you. All of this functionality which we are going to add in the next project. So if you press a like button, and once it crosses the 1000+ likes, then definitely I will create a new video on AI voice agent builder platform. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And if you also, you can ask any question on my Discord channel as well. Now it's time to implement the publish functionality. Now the question is how it gonna work. Once user click publish, we are going to change the status of this agent as of publish one, right? And then it will show you the code which you can use it in any of your application. It's just an API call which will write or give you the streaming functionality in a similar way which we implemented inside this chat UI, right? So basically we are going to give this particular line of code which is in the form of streaming, and then that's all. But the question is how it gonna work, because on the code side we just need to pass an agent ID and the user ID who is using this chat UI, which will be the unique obviously, right? So let me walk through this complete workflow. Once user click on publish, then we are going to generate a code, and inside this code user need to pass a user ID plus agent ID, and then it will hit to our unique app API, and then it will get the streaming result. But under this app API on the backend side, we need to fetch the agent detail using the agent ID, obviously which contain the agent information like agent, tools, and other details. Then we are going to also get a conversation ID based on user ID. For that one, we need to create a new table into a Convex database. But if the Convex or if the conversation ID is not present, then we have to create one and then we have to save it. Obviously, depends on this user ID, it will fetch the conversation ID. And obviously, you can easily use this by passing user ID and the agent ID. As simple as that, right? So let me go through Let me start implementing it one by one. Just follow what we are implementing. Now, very first thing we need to do is to create an API, and inside this we'll just create a new file called Agent SDK. Inside this Agent SDK, we'll create a route.tsx file, and then we'll add export async function. This will be a post request, so post request and next request. Now this will be the post API only. Now in this case we need to get the user ID and the agent ID, okay, using this await request JSON. Now user ID and agent ID is important, okay. Now here user ID is nothing but the whatever the unique user want to send and assign this chart, okay. So that's the reason we use this user ID. Now the next step is to fetch the agent information. So obviously we already have the convex function for that one, but in order to use convex on the server side, we have to use constant result, or we'll say agent detail is equal to await fetch query. Now this fetch query you need to import, so we'll say import fetch query from convex / NextJs, and then we can simply pass an API. So we'll say API.agent.get agent by ID, and then you need to pass agent ID. Now in this case obviously we are getting this agent ID, you can simply pass this agent ID as it is, and then we'll get the agent detail, okay. Now obviously we're going to test this out before running everything. So we'll simply write a return response agent detail status 200, okay. So this is just for the testing purpose. Let's save this one. Maybe inside the preview we can do it. So let's go to this preview in order to test, or you can use a Postman. Now you have to make sure you will enable this agent SDK publicly. So I will open this middleware, and inside this middleware, now inside this middleware we have to make sure the route that we are going to expose, it need to be a public one. So here I will say /API/agent SDK, and then save it. Now let's go to this Postman, and inside the Postman make sure to select the post request, enter your URL. Obviously currently we are using localhost, then /API/agent SDK, and then pass the agent ID which you want to use. Then you have to pass user ID as well, which you can pass anything which you think it's a unique, and then make a request. Once you send request, immediately within a millisecond you will get a response. And if you see, we have the agent detail, agent ID, agent tool config which we need it, right, and all other information. Perfect, right? It means we are getting the result. Now let's head back to our route.ts file, and then next step is to check if conversation ID exists, okay. Now the question is where this conversation ID will be and how to check it. Now for that one, let's go to the schema.tsx file inside our middleware, and inside that we need to create a new table, okay. So over here we'll say conversation table, then we'll say define table, and inside this define table you need to pass a conversation ID which will be the unique. Then you have to pass agent ID, the user ID you don't need to pass created at, I will remove this, but you make sure you will pass the agent ID. Here I will give the type ID with the agent table, okay, and then save it. Now for now I think this is enough, okay. We don't need to add any other columns. If you need, you can simply add that. Now once you add that, make sure inside the convex you will find a convex conversation table, okay, and inside that conversation table we need to check if that user ID is there or not, right. Obviously we need to write a convex function to check it out. So go to the convex, inside this we'll create a new function called conversation.ts, and then inside this we'll create export constant get conversation by id is equal to query, and inside the query let's add arguments. Inside the argument, the first argument we need a conversation id, obviously, which is of type string. Then we need an agent id, again it is of type agent table. Obviously we don't need a conversation id because we are going to fetch it, right? And then we need a user id which is of type user table. Then add a handler, and this will be the async. Here we'll say ctx context comma arguments and the arrow function. Now inside that obviously we need to fetch whether it's already available or not, and if not then make sure you will create a new record. Okay, so over here we say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and then obviously we need to add a table name which is a conversation table. Then we'll say dot filter, then q dot equal, here we'll say q dot fill with the agent id and argument dot agent id. Okay, now over here we'll add q dot and, so we'll say q dot and because we want to add two condition, so we'll give comma and then we'll add user id option as well, and then last we'll say collect. Okay, which will give you the list, and now simply you have to return the result. Obviously we just need to return the first item and then save it. Now inside the route.tss, here we are checking if the conversation IDs exist or not. So we have to fetch the query by passing the agent ID and the user ID. Okay, if the conversation of length, or we can say if conversation detail dot conversation ID is not there, if it's not exist, then we need to call the conversation, or we need to create a conversation ID. So basically we can go to our agent chart where we have this one, right? Just copy that, we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this OpenAI. Okay, so it will create a conversation ID. You can assign that conversation ID. So over here we'll say let, so maybe we can say let conversation ID null, and then over here we'll set the conversation ID dot, just we'll say conversation detail dot conversation ID. Okay, and obviously if it's not there, then over here once we fetch it, we can say conversation ID is equal to conversation ID, as simple as that. So it's saying cannot assign because it's a constant, that's weird. So okay, so the name is same, so maybe we can change this to underscore. Perfect, and then save it. Now once you get the conversation ID, rest is similar to the agent chart because I have the information like tools and all, so I will copy everything as it is. Okay, even this run, the streaming and all. So let's copy and then save it inside the agent SDK. I'm gonna paste it here. Now just make sure, obviously over here we need to pass agent detail dot agent tool config dot tools, then make sure to import this z from Zod. So I will just copy that import as well for this Zod, and then over here let's import the tool from the OpenAI agents. Obviously here as well we need to get the agent detail dot agent tool config dot agents, then make sure to import this agent as well from OpenAI agent. For the agent name, you can get it from the agent detail dot name. Instruction will keep as it is. Make sure to import this run. Now in this case, the input we need to get from the user. So over here we'll say user input. So that field we miss. So make sure to add that. Now we have the conversation ID. That conversation ID we pass, which is under conversation ID underscore with a stream true. Then once we get the stream over here, obviously we'll replace this now. So we just need to send the response in the form of string over here, okay, and then save it. So that's how your agent SDK API endpoint is now ready. Now you just need to pass a user ID, okay, in order to fetch the previous conversation, the agent ID and the user input, whatever the user want to talk, that input, as simple as that. Now let's go back to our preview page where we have the page.tsx, and inside this we have the header, right? Now whenever user click on the publish button, we want to open a dialog. So from the header we need to add a publish on click method. So here we'll say on click and we'll simply say on publish. Now this on publish we need to pass back. So over here we'll say on publish to void. Now inside the page we need to accept this on publish, and then we'll simply create a method called constant on publish, and then just call it here, okay. Now inside the on publish we need to open a dialog, okay. So we'll create a component over here and we call it as a publish code. So we'll say publish code.tsx, we'll say dialog and add a default template. Let's save both the file. Now inside the publish code dialog, obviously you can get it from the shared CN. So simply go to the shared CN, go to the dialog to take to just copy the example. The dialog is already installed, so you don't need to install it again. So let's copy this small example and this dialog as it is, and then save it. Now inside the publish dialog we need to pass open dialog and set open dialog, okay. These two methods we are going to pass with a type as a props. Now I will define a type props is equal to open dialog as boolean and set open dialog as a open with a boolean. Now for this dialog I will set open as open dialog with the on open change method to set the dialog value. You don't need to pass your own trigger. Now save this one. Now this publish code dialog, let's import it over here, okay, and make sure to import. Then you need to pass open dialog. Right now we don't have the state, so let's define that state which will open the dialog. So we'll say constant open dialog set open dialog, and then simply pass it over here as open dialog, and then we have the set open dialog. We'll say set open dialog. Now whenever user click on publish, we'll set the open dialog to true and then save it. Now let's test this out. So we'll go back over here, click publish, and boom, if you see it opens. Once you close, it will also close it out. Cool, right? Now once you have this on publish and once you open this one, you have to go to this code dialog and then you need to update this code. So simply here we'll say get code, and then inside this we need to show the code, okay. Now we need to display the code block. So for that one, obviously we need to show the code in a proper format, and so we are using this shared CN based code block component, okay. It's very easy to install, it's ready made. You just need to copy this npm command and then simply go back to your project inside the terminal, paste it here, okay. Now once it is installed, I will put the link in the description as well. You can see how it actually looks. This is a preview, right? If I go to the code, then make sure to import all these statements. I think everything we need it, so I will copy everything as it is, paste it inside this import, and then whichever the code block you want to use, you can copy that, and at the top let's paste it here, something like this. Okay, now this is just example. We'll update our own with our own code, and then inside this code block I will just copy everything as it is. So we'll copy this code block, and then we're gonna paste it inside this dialog description, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So if I go over here, click publish, let me refresh this and click publish now, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful code, right? You can increase the size of the dialog. Currently it's small, so I think you can change this dialog content to, let's say, class name, maximum width to 3XL. Let's see how it looks, or maybe we need to update it to the minimum width to, let's say, 3XL. Okay, and this is look good, perfect. Now next thing, we need to update with our own code. Okay, so obviously if I remove this return, let's remove everything, let's say how it looks, and simply from the chart UI you need to copy that. So we'll copy this agent chart along with this reader. I think let's copy one by one. So first we'll copy this part only, and then we need to copy this while part as well. Okay, we don't want to set this message and all, so I will remove this set message completely, and here we can add a comment, process the chunk. Okay, I think that's all we need, and this is how it look like. If you see, we have this component, and inside that you just need to use this code. Now obviously here we need to provide a proper endpoint. Okay, so let's say you have the domain called https:/my, or we'll say agentify.com, something like this. Okay, and then you will see this URL, copy that, paste it, and boom, that's all you need to do. Also over here we don't need to pass all of this information, so obviously we need to get the conversation ID if it's there. I think it's not, we don't need to pass this conversation ID because every time we are fetching, so you don't need to pass, just pass the agent ID. Okay, so over here we'll say agent ID, then user ID, so here we'll say user ID, then we need to pass a user input, and then save it. Now I will just make small update inside our API endpoint. So if I go to this API agent SDK, okay, I think we are not accepting conversation ID. That's good. I think that's all we needed. Perfect. And now if I go, you will see this complete code. You can simply copy this code, and boom, then you can paste it where you want, and then start implementing your own agent after building agent on our Agentify app. Pretty nice, right? And that's how you have to add this publish option. As you know that we want to implement and billing feature where user can join the subscription model, and for that one we are going to use a Clerk billing. Clerk provide you a billing feature within just writing one line of code, and then you can manage your billing, subscription, and many other things. Simply go to your Clerk project which we created very initially. Inside this project, go to the configuration, and then go to the billing setting. Inside this billing setting, make sure your billing setting is enabled. So I will enable this user billing. Let's save this one. Over here, once you enable, you have to make sure to create a plan. Okay, now by default you will find a one free plan, but you have option to create more plan. So here we'll say unlimited plan, or you can add any option. Then after this you can add description if you want. Then monthly price you can add. You can even provide an annual discount. Okay, if user buying for annually, then user only need to pay $799 per month. You can enable the free trial as well. After how many days the free trial end, but up to 2 days. For example, in this case you can give the free trial. So it's up to you how many free trial you want to give, and that is automatically handled by this Clerk only. Once you are done with this one, you have option to add more feature. Let's add some feature. Let's say unlimited agent creation. Then let's say create this feature. After that we can add another feature, and we'll say all agent features and tools. Let's create this 24/7 email support. Let's create this feature, and once you are happy with your all the features for the plan, make sure to save it. Once you save, now let's go to this setting again, and then I think let's go to subscription plan. Make sure you have these two subscription plan, and then inside the setting, inside this billing setting, you can just click on this read billing guide. I will put the link in the description so you will learn how to easily add it. Select this B2C SaaS, and if you scroll down you will see how to add this pricing table. Okay, just you need to add a pricing table as a component, and that's all. Clerk will automatically add the UI for you and everything. Let's do it quickly. So inside this dashboard I'm going to add a new route called pricing, and inside this we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template. I will rename this to pricing, and then simply you need to add this pricing table. Let's copy this complete div. Let's add it here, and make sure to import this pricing table from the Clerk Next.js. Once you're done with this one, let's save this one, and now if I go to this slash pricing, I think it's inside the dashboard slash pricing. So we'll say dashboard slash pricing, and boom, if you see, we got the two pricing. One is a free plan and one is an unlimited plan, in which you will see all the features which we added. Also, you will find an option to start with a 2-day free trial that is automatically handled. Pretty cool, right? Now once you start with this one, you will find an in-app functionality to check out with all the plan details, option to add a card number, expiration date, select the country zip code, and then you can start free trial. And after the free trial ends, it automatically start charging you. Now this payment gateway adding into the any SaaS application is a big headache, but with the Clerk it's just quite easy. Now as we are in the development mode, so you can even pay with the test card, and once you click pay with the test card, your payment is done. See, and then now you are on the unlimited plan, and then your trial will end on 9th of November. Okay, so that's how it works. Now in order to manage this billing, you can simply go to your manage account section, and then you will see a new option called billing. Inside this billing you will see your all the payment method, subscription, the statement if there is any, and the payment information as well. Okay, now let's update this UI little bit. So what we can do, we can just say s2 tag and then add pricing plans, and add a class name margin y to 10, then text to be in the center, font 3XL. Oh, this need to be text to be 3XL, and then we'll say font bold, something like this. Perfect. Okay, no more customization I'm adding, but you can do all the customization if you want. Make sure on the sidebar, so if I go to the dashboard sidebar, so let's go to this app sidebar where we have this option. So for the pricing, make sure it will navigate to the dashboard slash pricing, and then when user click on this pricing option, it will automatically navigate to that particular page. So If you have any question, any doubt implementing this subscription pricing table with the payment gateway, let me know in the comment section. Now next we'll learn how can we get to know whether the user is subscribed user or a free user, and depends on that one we are going to update the credits. Currently we updated this credit token base to just a credit base, so depends on the number of agent, the how many agent can be created under the free trial user or a paid trial. Okay, so depends on that one we are going to update this credit functionality. Now let's update this remaining credit option, where depends on the how many agent user created, depends on that one we're gonna show this particular credits number. If user is free trial, then only we are going to show this remaining credits. Otherwise, in unlimited plan, we are not showing anything. So let's go inside this app sidebar, and inside the app sidebar, first we'll check if user is a paid user or not. Now, in order to check it, click the link in the description for the documentation about the how to check whether user is paid user or not. So basically, on the Clerk documentation, you can have option to check whether user has the particular pricing or feature access or not, right? So that's how you can do it. So simply first you need to add constant has is equal to so we'll say constant has is equal to await, not await, but just let's say use auth, that you can get it from the clerk. And then you can copy this here, we'll add has, or you will say is paid user. Okay, now this has have option. Okay, so over here we're getting warning, maybe you can something write like this, if has is present, and then you need to pass the plan id. That plan id you can get it from the clerk. Simply go to the clerk and then go to the subscription plan, select the plan, and here you will find this key. You have to copy that and paste it here. Then you can just console message is paid user. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go to our inspect panel, go to the console, and if I refresh the screen, then you will see a message saying is paid user is true, because we already subscribed, right? Now whenever the paid user is true, then over here you don't need to show an option for upgrade or anything like that. So I will just hide this option. If we only wanted to show if the user is not paid, so we'll add this condition, and let's put everything. So basically I will add a div, I will wrap it here. Now inside this I can write a message div, and inside that you can say you can create unlimited agents, and then save it. And this is how it will display, right? Because it's a paid user. But what if it's not a paid user? If it's not paid user, then we have to show the count. So we need to create a method called constant get user agent and the arrow function. Inside this we need to call to the query. So let's define a convex is equal to use convex, and then once you define a convex, they will say constant result equal to await convex dot query, and inside this query you have to provide API dot agent dot get user agents, and inside that you need to provide a user ID. Now user ID you can get it from the user detail information, which we already have. So we'll say user detail underscore ID. Here I will mark this as async, and this one return the list of agent which user created. So we'll say result. Now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. Now this method only call when the user is not paid user. Okay, so here we'll say is paid user. That's fine. I think if is not paid user, then don't call this method. Okay, if sorry, if it's not paid user, then only call the this method, otherwise not. And then you can save that value. So here we'll say total remaining credits, then set total remaining credits, and over here we'll say set total remaining credits will be the 2 minus, we'll say number result dot length. Okay, I think let's test this out. So right now obviously it will not call this method because we have the paid user. So let's mark it as a free user. So simply go to the subscription. Here you will see how many paid and free user. Okay, right now if you see this user is joined as a free trial, and once user start paying, you will see all the revenue and statistics over here. Now let's go to the setting. I just want to end this free trial, just cancel all the subscription, and then you will automatically see the user is jumped to this free trial now. Okay, now inside the free trial, we'll go to the inspect and then go to the console, and let's refresh this screen. Right now we got an error saying this user table. So let's see why. So it looks like the user detail information is missing. So let's add this one as well. So I will add if user detail, and here as well if user detail is there, then only call this method. And I think that's all. See, right now we got the agent detail on line 78. This is nothing but this console. Right now we also already saving the remaining credits, so that remaining credit you need to display over here. So instead of this token, I will update this to total remaining credits out of how many? So out of 2. Oh, so this is divided by, so not like this. So here we need to write /2. Okay, so remaining credits 1 out of 2. So something like this. So that's how you have to update the remaining credits. Here let's give some margin top. So we will say margin top to 2 and save it. Perfect. So that's how you have to update. And once you subscribe, so obviously it will go away immediately. Okay, because it will not show that, and then you can create unlimited agents. But if user is free user, then you can only create one agent at a time. Another important thing you need to do is we only allow user to create an agent if it's not more than 2 agent if it's a free user. Okay, so in order to avoid that, simply you can go to the dashboard page.tsx, and inside the page we have option called create agent section. Inside the create agent section, when you click on create agent, that's where we have to make sure it's working perfectly fine. So first I will add this has method to verify whether this user is a free user or not. So I will copy the same logic. So let's copy this. So it will check if user is paid user or not, and also we are already fetching the total number of agents. I think we can update the set inside the set user once we get the credits. So what we can do, we can set the user detail with all the previous things. So we'll say all the previous value along with remaining credits will be this one. So 2 minus this. So I will just use this logic. Okay, and then you can get the credit value directly from the user detail, so you don't need to fetch it again. Okay, so over here we'll add if user detail, we'll say if user is not a paid user, and the remaining credits is less than equal to 0, then we can show alert message, or we can show toast dot error message saying you reach the limit to create a free agent, please upgrade your plan. Okay, and then save it. So that's how you have to implement and avoid user to create unlimited agents. Now here we also have the My Agent screen. On the click of My Agent, we wanted to show all the agent which user created. So simply let's go back to our application. Inside this, we'll create a new route under the dashboard called My Agents. And then we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and let's rename this to My Agents. Now we already have the component created for the My Agent and which we are using for this tab, right? So we can use that one, the same one. So if I go to the components, here we have the AI agent tab, and inside that we have this My Agents tab as well. Simply copy that. So I think the name is same, so we'll change this to My Agent page just to avoid the mistake, and then I'm going to import My Agents. Inside this we'll say My Agents. Let's save this one, and if I go to our My Agents, obviously you need to update the app sidebar for the navigation. So here we'll say dashboard / My Agents, and if I go to this AI agent, if I click on this one, let me refresh this one and click on My Agent, it will jump onto the My Agents page. But here let's update some styling. So I'll add a class name padding to 10. In H2 we'll say class name font bold, text to let's say 2XL. I think this is much better. See, okay, and you don't need to add any code because it's already there, and once you click on this My Agents, it's navigating to this agent builder. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add this page. Try to reuse component as much possible. Now next important thing, and this is the task for you, as you learn how to create the weather agent and all, right, simply use that in as a template and keep inside the different database so that you can show that template and give an option to copy it from the template directly. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, so give a try. Let me know if you have any question, and you can always ask any question on the Discord channel. You can also reach out to me on an Instagram and join the WhatsApp channel. The link is in the description. Now let's implement one last page called profile. Now Clerk not only provide an authentication or billing, but Clerk has a lot of inbuilt components. Like if you click on this button, we have this beautiful drop down, right? And when you click on this manage account, you will get this beautiful profile. But what if this act like a page? It means on the click of profile, we can show that particular pop-up as a page only. Let me show you how. So first, inside the dashboard, we'll create a new page called profile. Inside this, we'll create page.tsx file and simply add a template, and we'll rename this to profile and then save it. Once this is done, we can simply update our app sidebar as well. So over here we'll say /dashboard/profile, and once you click on this profile page, it should navigate it. Currently we don't have anything, right? So let's go to the profile. Here I will add a class name with a padding to 10. Then in a h2 tag we'll add a text called profile. Over here we'll say class name font bold, text to 2XL, and then you can use a Clerk inbuilt component called user profile. Okay, if you see this user profile, I'm importing from the Clerk Next.js. Save this one and then it will show this profile. Pretty cool, right? I think we don't need this one, so just you can keep like this only. Now interesting part about this, you can even add more option, the more custom option inside this account. Okay, so you can fully customize this profile page. The more information you will find in the Clerk documentation, the link is in the description. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share your project with your friends and family, and you can start your own SaaS business. So I already created my repo. So once you create the repo, make sure to add all the file, then commit this file with a commit message, and then push all the changes. Now, once you push all the changes, make sure it's reflecting. So if I refresh the screen in the repo, you will see just now I pushed these changes. Now, in order to deploy it for free, let's use a Vercel, or you can use Netlify as well. But Vercel is quite easy. Simply go to the vercel.com. I will put the link in the description if you want, and then simply add a new project. Inside this, make sure to connect your repo with the GitHub account. Then once you connect your Vercel with a GitHub account, you will see your project. Make sure to import that. After importing, it will automatically detect the framework and then build and output setting. Now here it automatically detects the build and output setting, depends on the framework, as we are using Next.js. But we are using a convex as well, and you also need to make sure that the convex will also deploy it to a production. So from the convex documentation, you will find this build command which you need to update. So just copy this build command, go back to your Vercel, and here override this. That's all. Then next you need to update all the environment variables. So simply go to the .env file. Inside this .env file, copy everything as it is and simply paste it inside your environment key. It automatically assigns the key and their respective value. So you don't need to make any update. After this, we also need a convex deploy key. Okay, now if you see this one, we need to get this key by going to the project setting inside the convex dashboard, and then we need to generate a convex deploy key. So simply I will head to this convex dashboard. Inside this convex dashboard, you can go to this setting. So over here, if you go to this production, click on the production option, then it will automatically clone your all the changes into production. Inside that, go to the setting and then click on environment variables. Okay, so over here, once you are in the URL and deployment key, you can create a production deploy key. You can write production, save this one, and then you will generate this key. Copy this key, go back to your Vercel. Here I will add one more key, and the key name will be convex deploy key. Okay, something like this. And once you are done with this one, simply click deploy. Once the deployment started, so right now if you see, it's saying convex deployment already exists. So this is the dev one. So I will remove this dev one because we want a production one, and then simply click deploy. The public URL already exists, so I think we copied 2 times by mistakenly. So we can remove that public convex URL. Let me remove one, and let's try it now. And once it started, you will see it will start building your project. If you face any issue, any error, don't worry, just check the log. It will mention what is the error, fix that error, and then you are good to go. Also, one more thing want to mention, that if before deployment, if you run a command npm run build, then also it will give you the error before deployment. Okay, so that is the first step. You can do it. It's either way, even though if you deploy on Vercel and fix, if you found any issue, that's completely fine. So we'll wait to finish this build, and boom, if you see, our application is now live. I also added this landing screen for our application. You will find that in our source code. The link is in the description, and here we go. Right now, if you click get started, you can sign into our app, and once you sign in, you will redirect it to the home screen. Currently we don't have any agent because we are in the production database. Okay, and now it's not using any development database anymore. Okay, so you have to create a new agent by entering the details, and then you can start your application smoothly. So that's how you can deploy your application. So guys, that's all for this particular course. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also, if you did not join the TubeGurji Pro membership, definitely you can join it, get an exclusive access to the project and the source code, and here you will find everything available. Also, if you did not visit it to my first startup called Kravix Studio, you may visit. Just click the link in the description, and here on this platform you can generate a short form video, short AI films with a different style, and most important with a consistent character in just single click. Enter the prompt and it will create a complete movie for you.